Hello, good morning, good Monday to everybody. How's everybody doing? We got a lot of people in here right off the bat. How's everybody feeling today? Shout outs. I think everybody here. Doppel, do you stream? I always forget if you stream. I do apologize for that. If you do, we'll give you a shout out if the answer is yes. Killer must be still sorting out his internet because he's unfortunately, I think he's broken. No, I don't think he's broken his stream. He just doesn't get a chance to be here right off the bat. So anyway, the end of Friday. By the way, guys, I found a new hyperfixation, and it's Dyson Sphere program, and I'm 100% addicted. Wish you had the time. Okay, cool. So bear with me as I slowly come back to conscious reality here. Now, if I remember correctly, Barb needs to immediately go back to death rest because we woke her up from death rest to do things. So interrupted death rest for 5 days, and her bar didn't go up a damn bit. So, Barb, let's get you death resting. Oh my God. Yes, kitty boy. Now, we actually hang on one second on that, Barb. Hang on one second. Hang on. Maybe we do surgery on Barb first, because we've been trying to do surgery on Barb for a while, and I think why not? So let's go in here first off. Let's unforbid all. Let's get them back on the work schedule. Let's have the cat scream at me because that's what the cat does. Tachyon, you want to come? Oh! I'm a bad cat dad. Half a second. I got to give him his wet food. Up. Yatta. Good boy. Sorry, Daddy fucked up. There's your foods. All right. We're back in action. What are we doing? I don't know. I do not know. Not holding any of the doors. Do we have uranium to replace that wall? I don't actually think we do. Balls. We'll deal with that momentarily then. Okay, haul things in. How is Killer doing? Killer, let's get you an SMG. Your health is, other than a gunshot wound. God, Barb got chopped up hard when we dealt with that psychic drone. Or that psychic ship. But she's, like, legitimately back to normal. She's got minor blood loss. She's just a champ. She got, like, shredded in that psychic ship attack. Let's zone... Let's zone all of this into the work zone. I want them to come... Oh, and we got the yak. Yak boy. Holy shit. So many things happened, it's going to be impossible for me to, like, figure out what's going on. No allowed reachable pens, because the door hasn't closed. Come on now, hey. Won't you come on now, hey? No reachable pens. What about... What about the caravan hitch? Am I gonna have to build a pen marker? Like, legitimately, like, I can't rope to a... I mean, we're just gonna slaughter the goddamn yak anyway. Can I prioritize murder? Yeah, let's just prioritize some murder. Doctoring and medbay for Barb's norm. Yes, that's why I didn't send her down to death rest. I think we're gonna do surgery on her first. No, murder the yak. Murder the yak before he eats the food. He is food. He doesn't get to have food. Oh, it's probably because these doors are held. Right. And, Giggles, the captain of the Giggle ship, let's have you go here. Anyway, as I was saying, I'm very tired. And through 100% fault of my own, like I said, yes, okay, I got it. Do we have this, that is suspended. Can I rope now? No ropey? Alright, so, like, let's just do it this way. We'll just slaughter and haul. Killing and hauling. I'm excited I get to play along today. Hell yeah. How's your new run going? It was awesome when you got off last night. Did you play any today already? Anyway, yes, I am here. I am awake. I am alive. I know those sounds like things that should be normal, but as Barb pointed out, I have what you call, like, I guess I would call them hyperfixation games. Like, I have all the games I play on stream. Then there are games that I always wind up going back to, like, you know, I always inevitably end up playing some Minecraft or whatever. But basically, there's always a game in rotation that I'm 100% addicted to. And when there's not, it's kind of weird. So, right now, I remember last week when I was like, man, I'm gonna force myself to get through the early game of Dyson and see if I can, like, enjoy getting somewhere with it. And spoiler alerts, I forced myself through the early game and then couldn't stop playing the game. I remember watching Killbox play the game and being like, he's like, man, you know, this game has that, like, unfortunate feature where you start playing and then all of a sudden it's 4 in the morning. I'm like, I know that feeling from Ani. And then I started playing it and I'm like, oh no. This is at least as bad as Ani in Rimworld as far as that glitch goes. Like, 100%, this is not going to go well for me. And every time I tried to stop, I was like, yeah, but I'll just run one more belt of oil over to the oil system. I've already like slowed down the current ones too much. Let me go and get some more oil. I need hydrogen. And then I'd belt it over and I'd be like, well, you know, right next to the oil is this other resource. So I might as well grab the things I need to belt that over as well. Well, you know what? This thing over here, that, I should fix that because, you know, these two belts are going to run under it. So I should make sure that it's oh my God. All of a sudden it's 4 in the morning and I'm like, feeling it from literally every game. Yes, literally every game I play. I don't know why I said Ani. The funny thing is, I've been playing Ani kind of the way you play Dyson Sphere Program. Like, Dyson Sphere Program, you know, your goal is to build a Dyson Sphere, but you need to, like, conquer a star cluster, which is more or less like a mini galaxy at that point. And that's how I play Ani. I'm like, I want to conquer you freaking goddamn, I will murder you, rabbit. Humph, do me a favor and, like, just murder this rabbit. I forgot that a rabbit just walked in. No. You don't get to eat our mushrooms, sir. One hit, Humph. There we go. Nightingale, Palia, Satisfactory, Minecraft, Rimworld, the lovely time dilation of the flow state. Yeah, 100%. That's exactly what it is. And that game really just has it in spades. I mean, I guess every game I play has it in spades, right? Julie, let's cancel that. You need your rest. You need your beauty rest. Let's also bring the pemmican in here. So consequently, absolutely nothing got done over the weekend. Like, absolutely nothing. I was planning on getting the seed prepared. Like, Blue, welcome on in. We're like, dude, we had all these plans for the weekend. Like, do some house cleaning and chores, do like all of the things basically, and get the seed ready for the new community Ani hot potato situation, Like, legitimately, like, I had all these things, and not even any of them were, like, huge things. It's, like, maybe, like, somewhere between 2 and 4 hours of work, quite literally. And, ooh, let's get that off of there, because we just got the mushroom. We need, dang it. Like, legitimately, dang it. I might do some shenanigans, because that meat's going to spoil, and that's the problem with meat. We are going to eventually switch back over to rice, because I think once we switch back over to rice, Smurf was doing some math for us in stream last time, and I think once we switch back over to rice, we'll be able to feed everybody and make chem fuel, and that means that we can use chem fuel, which means we can make rice. It's like a loop. It's like a closed loop. And, I sure know a lot about closed loops after playing Dyson. Holy shit. Mr. Ben, what are you doing, bud? Hauling Lancer. This has got a broken component. Let's get you to fix that real quick. Right, we were going to temporarily move the legless prisoners because screw them. We need the room for doctoring. I need everybody to be, like, healed up. Do I not have game sounds, or am I just insane? Probably a little of both. Don't answer that. Not privacy settings. My, what are they called? Let's go into the mixer. What do I got going on in my mixer? Mixer seems normal. Volume seems normal. Whatever. Maybe I'm just going deaf. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. I don't remember what I did. Alright, we're hauling in the mech corpses. We've got everything reasonably well turned on because our, God, guys, if I were to have... Hey, BD, welcome on in. Happy Monday to you. If I were to do this over again, I would not fuck around even a little bit with solar power. I would try to immediately rush hydroponics and chem fuel for a single pawn. Like, just get up, like, 3 basins and a chem fuel generator and just call that freaking good until you, like, get god pawns, right? I don't want that meat to spoil. I really, really don't want that meat to spoil. Like, food is not a, let's get that in there. And, we'll let them eat that couple of pieces of mushrooms real quick. Needed the builder. Yeah, we needed a lot of things. We just, we rolled with it. We rolled with it. That's what we had to do, and we did it. I don't regret the things I've done, but those I did not do. I don't remember where that famous quote is from, but it is a famous quote. If anybody remembers who said that, please let me know. Where are... And we're about to come up on rituals. That's good, that's good. We're not going to rush into them. Not going to rush into them, because the first one is 7 days behind the others, because we had some nonsense going on. What are you doing? You know what? I gotta fix Barb's arm. Like, she needs death rest, and I want her sorted. So after Killer deals with this situation, we're going to move the prisoners over here. We're going to turn this into Barb's surgical estate. Put that right under the light. Flick that bad guy on. Alright, Humph is on top of that. Killer is smashing things up. Ben is going to... No. Not a granite club. Not a wooden club. None of this nonsense. None of that nonsense. No. I mean, I'm pretty sure I have my zone set to make this better, but I'm just not going to risk it. There. Everything is... Oh, there is no space for corpses. No? There's space for corpses. Seems like Rimworld is your biggest game right now. That's pretty freaking cool. Yeah? Still, Sup? Okay, how you doing? Rory Cochran? That might be it. I have no idea. Rory Cochran said it? Okay, cool. Sparta, what's going on? Yeah, I love that Rimworld's my biggest game, because no matter how addicted I get to all the other games, I just seem to always end up... I don't... Where are you? Oh, you're moving that guy. That's not a corpse, right? What about like this? Can you haul this, buddy? You came out... Wait, actually, no. Let's have you haul something important. Sorry, I disappeared Friday. I fell asleep. No stress. No stress at all. You gotta do you. You gotta get some rest. You gotta get some rest. No stress. Get the rest. No stress at all. Let's put human meat in the hopper right quick. Because, the other meats are gonna go... The other meats are gonna go off sooner rather than later. Jesus Christ, I don't remember what's going on. Okay, so there's a bed in here. We're gonna designate this medical. We're gonna find Barb, who's over here. And her flesh tentacle's on her left shoulder. We're gonna go Glitter World. We're gonna go install Archotech arm, left shoulder. Yeah, and then we're gonna tell Barb to rest until healed. We're gonna double check, see if this place needs any sweeping, and we're even gonna quadruple check that it's in the home zone. I just straight up passed the fuck out. Chop off the flesh tentacle first. Chop off the flesh tentacle first. I don't think that changes anything. It will be hostile, but I like they're gonna chop it off either way. So we're actually gonna move that there. Oh yeah. Yeah, we're definitely bringing Giggles into the situation to punch the flesh beast, 100%. Yeah, whether you chop it off first or Photoshop, how long is this going to take you? Your name is too long. All right, there we go. Medical. Barb. Rest until healed. Let's make sure nobody else is set to doctor besides Killer. Let's get Giggles in here. Giggles should be more than enough to handle the flesh beast. So we'll get Giggles right there. Killer. Prioritize operating on Barb. We're going to use the Glitter World, right? Right? Don't you go and grab the normal meds. No, no, no. You people are holding Glitter World. Use the goddamn Glitter World. For fuck's sake, guys. Come on, let's get it together here, pawns. Let's get it together. Who's got the other Glitter World? Julie, come over here. Okay. You know, one more thing, every time. So let's have you drop your glitter. Actually, oh my god. Now, if I tell you to operate on Barb... No! Why is this... Oh my god, I hate all of you. Alright, so we go back in here. We go 0. Then we make them drop it, because apparently they just pick it right the hell back up. Glitter World. You are not a good doctor. You need all the help you can get. Let's get this going here. Yeah, well, I had everybody carrying at least one Glitter World. You know what? I'm going to change that to everyone carrying at least one normal. Because Glitter World, we should just keep that at the base anyway. That's for surgeries and bioregeneration, not for cuts and bruises over here. Now, I know it sounds crazy, but we're going to draft everybody during... Oh, damn it. Not Barb. We don't want to draft Barb. I swear I know how to play this game. I swear I know how to play this game. The reason I wanted to draft everybody is that inevitably, someone is going to walk by. We're going to put all you guys kind of like out here. See, what's going to happen is somebody's going to walk by with the door open or come in to do something with the door open. And then they're going to start shooting. At the flesh guy, and we're gonna be in a bad situation because they're gonna miss and like friendly fire our whole team here. So we're gonna let Giggles sort out the flesh beast. I mean, provided this works, and then we can finally let Barb have some actual goddamn rest. We'll reinstall her bed, rescue her into it, and then tell her to death rest. I'd prefer to not let Humph get smacked a little bit. If Giggles gets a little beat up, Giggles gets a little beat up. I could move Killer back and take a few shots, but that thing could do some scar damage and stuff like that, because it's a scratchy type Pokemon. Okay, yeah, the volume is definitely working. So, I'd like to say I have a plan for today. But my main plan is to clean up everything that went wrong and continue along our path here, so. Alright, Killer took care of it on his own. Does Barb have an Arcotech arm now? Barb has an Arcotech arm, everybody! Yay! No more bitching about stuff. That is so good now. Now we get her death rested, and she's a god pawn. Because she was, like, missing a toe and had a neck scar and a bunch of other stuff going on. And I was like, well, fuck it, man. Like, she's in a lot of pain. She can't move. The moving was the big thing. I was like, I'd rather take a little bit of a mood hit or something like that. I'd rather deal with just about anything than the fact that if she tries to run away, she dies. Right? But the problem with that was we got an unnatural healer, and I didn't want to keep the unnatural healer because they sucked, and we just couldn't afford to take them on, like food and accommodations-wise. So, as such, I was like, fuck it, we'll just have them unnatural healing Barb, and then... Okay, so Barb's laying down with her gun, and... I can't make her death rest. Okay, so she's going to have to heal up just a little bit from her anesthesia. Get a drill arm for the other arm, and she will be great miner. I mean, she's great at everything, but, you know, could do that. Yeah, cheap viewers. Uh-huh. Tell me more about how you have a small penis. Come here, buddy. Come here. Want to say hi to everybody? It's Monday kitty time. I love you. I make jokes, but, you know, I'm just being sarcastic. I'm not a fan of solicitors. So, like, you guys know me. I'm one of the nicest people in the world. Unless you do stupid, obnoxious shit, like soliciting. Nobody wants... If people want to buy things, they will come to you. You do not have to go to the soliciting. Like, you don't have to go solicit. I've had people come to my door to try and sell me things in real life, and legitimately, I'll open the door and they'll be like, and I will slam the door in their face, and I say something absolutely terrible to them to try and get them to reconsider who they are in life. Like, dude, just know. And so I had this guy one time. He opened the door. He's like, "Hi." I was like, "Nope," and slammed the door. And I could hear him on the other side, like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" Like, bro, are you kidding me? You came and interrupted my personal private time with my friends and family and like whatever else, and you're upset that I slammed the door in your face? I mean, just some people. The nerve of some people, you know? Let's not make that out of steel. The best one, when I used to live back home, and I say this, and I feel almost like I shouldn't say these things because I'm being ridiculous, but we used to have a lot of people coming to proselytize, you know. Have you heard of our Lord and Savior, the Great Spaghetti Monster? And that's as bad or worse than when people come to your door trying to sell you a vacuum cleaner or something. So I remember, like, my dad used to deal with them, and this is one of the few things I liked about my dad. Hate that man, glad he's dead status, but there were some funny things he did. And my dad was very well read on religion and philosophy and all of that. So he used to invite people in. He'd be like, yeah, come and talk to me about your God. And he'd sit down and talk to them about religion so in depth that they would start backing towards the door. Like, we have other places. We just wanted to give you the pamphlet. No, we know. He knew more than them. He could talk longer. He would grab himself a cup of coffee, start smoking a joint, and just talking to them and being like, so here's what's up, and blah, 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 blah. How do you feel about original sin? How do you feel about, blah, blah? And he would talk to them until they would lose their fucking minds. He would out-proselytize the proselytizers. And so that was funny. I had a different approach. I remember the first time I looked out and we saw them coming, and I was like, Mom, can I deal with them this time? And she's like, yeah, just don't be too mean. I was like, okay. I grabbed an apple out of the refrigerator, and I opened the door, perched myself in the door frame, and took a bite out of the apple as they're walking up. And I looked at them and I said, you have until I finish this apple to be the fuck off of my property. And I took another bite. And I just stared at them. And they turned around and got in their car immediately and left. Oh, my stepdad basically the same. Oh, okay. So you know. Like, I didn't make any threats of violence. I was just like, hey, something may or may not happen that you're not going to like after I finish this apple. So maybe you shouldn't be here when that happens. Can I make Barb death rest now? No. Okay. Tachyon. Appa? You almost destroyed my speaker. Oh my god, he went nuts. Like, you've seen him, like, jump across the desk up onto this speaker that's over here. I mean, I know you guys don't see the speaker, but you see the cat ass as it goes by. He didn't even jump onto it. He jumped and shoved it and knocked it off my desk, and it, like, ripped a bunch of wires out, and I was like, dude, this is, like, a very expensive speaker from my studio days when I was producer-engineer. So, due to situation and social stuffs, we've made pretty decent friends with some of the local Mormons. Hey, I'm not saying anything across the board. It's not a matter of whether they're Mormons or Jehovah's Witness or, you know, excited Christians. Doesn't matter to me. I don't care what you're selling. It could be a vacuum. It could be a video game. It could be God. I don't want you coming and selling it here at my house. Now, if I'm out and about in the world, we're in public, you have just as much a right to be a douchebag in public about anything as I do. And we, you know, I'll probably do some stuff that people don't like out there in the world, but we're all in public and we make concessions, right? But when you come into my world, it's my rules. Like, flat out. Like, we're not playing this game where, like, you think you get to come in. No, we're interacting on my terms. You came into my house, onto my land, in whatever the situation is, you're on my rules now. Hydrate. I can hydrate. Thank you, Aya. I haven't even been thinking about that. Oh, I don't know how this is going to work. Because I'm not even sure I actually know how to do a squat. But after stream on Saturday, I added a point redemption for Nether to do a squat. I put it at 1 squat because I was like, man, if I put it at 5 and then 5 people redeem it because they're like, ooh, new redemption, that's 25 squats. I'm basically just going to fall on the ground. So we'll see how it all goes. We might make adjustments. Oh, you're stuck fasting for doc stuff? So anyway, if you haven't noticed, there is that. Guys, Barb has an arm. No more -6 for flesh tentacle. No more pain from a flesh tentacle. Wait. That's cool. Hopefully you can do them. Hopefully you can do them. Yeah, me too. I hope so. Stretch. I can stretch. Oh, absolutely. That was a good pop. Oh, that was a good one too. What do I have on my chair? Why is this? Oh, no. You need to go up there. Sure. Okay. Oh. There was also a squat. Oh my god. Okay, so do I know how to do that? You just stand and you like squat, right? You just like push the chair back and you just right? Something like that. Was that right? If it was wrong, I'll do it again. You put your hands out in front of you. There you go. Barb suggested, somebody said push-ups, and then Barb suggested squat. I was like, I don't want to do any of it, so I guess it really doesn't matter. I don't think I can actually do a push-up. That's why I went with squat, because, you know, if you're going to do a point redemption, might as well have it be something you can actually do, right? We have 9 granite. Good, because this is going to drive me fucking bonkers if we don't fucking goddamn fill that hole. Although, no. Water first. Alright, Mr. Ben is coming over there. What's Julie doing? Playing horseshoes. Can you do me a favor, Julie, and go and get that instead? Actually, pick up the Glitter World. Pick up the Go Juice, and then haul that in. All the birds with 1 stone over here. The important thing to know is to keep your back as straight as up as you can. Yes, it's awkward to feel like you're leaning back when doing a proper squat, but that's... Okay. I think I remember that. So the next one will be better. They'll all be better, and then eventually we'll get a whole bunch of people in here spamming them at the same time, and I'll be doing 10 squats in a row and cursing you guys. But at least something will be getting done. Tachyon. I'm running low on patience, Bubs. Why? Because you scream a lot. You scream a lot, buddy. I know. Come here. Come here. Oh. Everybody here knows, but... anybody who doesn't, this is Tachyon. Since I'm Nether Cloud, I guess that makes him Tachyon Cloud, which Linus said sounds like something you would experience out in space while you're watching a Star Trek episode. Are we screaming today? What are we screaming about? Meow! Meow! Doppel says you get a treat. Do I give you a treat for screaming? You get screaming treats? Now normally I try to do it on the desk. Is it okay if I just give him a treat on the floor, Doppel? Because I don't think he's gonna put up with desk time. He might have an evil idea. Bubba, here. Doppel says you get treats. You're kind of an asshole right now, so you don't deserve them. But chat is the ruler of all. There you go. Via point redemption, can we send an alert that the cat will hear? How long do you stream? Oh, I stream for 6 hours. Okay. The first half hour is usually me running my mouth about my evening and playing with the cat. So cool. Yeah, he's got a treat now. I would move the camera to show you, but my room is disgusting. So yeah. Oh, since when? Everything is a long story with me. Short answer is probably about, for anybody who's like recent, more or less a year and a half, I've been doing this full time. But I started streaming probably about 3 to 6 months before COVID. And the problem with that was that I also started going into my surgeries about 4.5, almost 5 years ago now. So I started, stopped, had to take a long break, tried to come back a couple of times, like did a day or two, and then just couldn't because I was so exhausted from surgeries and recovery and stuff like that. So I've been going pretty consistently now for about a year and a half. November of 2022. November 17th, no, November 27th, 2022 was where I like just dug in and said, I'm doing this 6 days a week. There was actually a few, like, I think a month or two where I was doing it 7 days a week because I would get to, so what was happening is I was like, fuck, I'll do 5 days a week, noon to 6, Monday to Friday, right? Since we were talking about squats, the trick is when you squat down, put the weight on your heels and keep your feet a little bit spaced each other so you have a wider base. And then you can put your hands together in front of you so it helps your balance and you're just not just flopping your arms around. Sorry for... No, that's fine. That's good. We need to learn. This'll learn me one way or the other. What was I just saying? Oh, streaming. Completely lost my train of thought, which is totally fine. There is no need to have a train of thought here. My train of thought is more like, you know, some crazy clown car in an off-road competition. But yeah, the reason that arms go out straight is also for the balance with keeping your back straight. Surgeries, right? Okay, so I went into surgeries a bunch of times. Went in, went out. Then I started to come back. And when I started to come back again, what do you call it? I was still playing Minecraft. When I started, it was exclusively Minecraft. That was my whole thing. You know, for the sake of shame... Oh, no. Let's make this low priority. I could tell a story about the low priority waiting room, but that's not really an appropriate story for stream. So if you guys catch me in chat one night, I'll tell it. Many of you have already heard it, but it's funny. And horribly inappropriate. So anyway, I went through a lot of surgeries, came back, was playing Minecraft on stream for a while. To be shameless about it, Nightbot just posted up the YouTube, but I will post a direct link to my Nether Hub video. It's a time-lapse, it's a little over 4 minutes, and it's a 2-year-long project that I time-lapsed. Speaking of which, I will eventually one day try to time-lapse... You know, we don't have Barb up. We gotta have Homeboy over here, Mr. Ben, do some building. What is this? This is limestone. Man, I really wish you could just do mixed block walls. You know, you can make patch leather. I wish you could like take like 3 limestone, and I guess to make it fair, like take like 3 limestone and 3 granite and do like a mixed block. You know, that way you, like, lose one for the sake of mixing it together. But, like, we'll when they build this wall, we'll have 4 granite and 3 limestone. And, I mean, I guess these are thoughts you have on sea ice and nothing else, really. But, you know, such is life. So, surgeries. Right, surgeries. Hair meat. Can we turn this on? I think we can turn this on. And I'd like to have that on. Also, you know what? You know what, guys? We don't need to store a bunch of garbage on the floor in here. We can store a bunch of garbage on the floor in here. Now, all of this can go in here. Excellent. Very, very excellent. Normally, I'd just slap down a shelf for the hemogen and everything, too, but actually, you know what? I'm going to copy settings on this, and I'm legitimately just going to slap down our main hemogen pile in the prison, because it's next to the table anyway. Pemmican. I think I'm just going to put a little pemmican zone over here. Holy shit. I didn't even think about this. We built a room. Now we can stuff things in that room. It's cold there too, exactly. Like, the pemmican will be frozen in here. And our people don't care about the cold because we've been good at putting them in clothing. Oh, this is just, this is coming out great here. I might do some no, it's too much building material. I'm not going to do it. What are we scrapping up? Did we scrap all the mechs? I think we scrapped all the mechs. Right, we scrapped all the mechs. So let's do the old flip-flop of electrical priorities. And let's get Killer smelting things down. We want all the steel we can get. Actually, no, let's not turn this off. In fact, we got a little bit of a problem here. All right, we're going to have to allow some butchering here. We need chem fuel. Unfortunately... That's got to go. Unfortunately, we got to spend a lot of the resources we just earned. Like, I know everybody was like, oh, fuck yeah, steel delivery. And I'm like, yeah, except for the fact that... let me do something real quick. What do we got here? Except for the fact that we had to use a bunch of mortars. The mortars were... Yeah, the mortars were helpful. I'm glad we went that route. I'm not sad that we tried something new with the box. I think I know how to use this if we ever do want to use it again in the future. But, oh, one thing to remember, guys. When you do stuff like this, because we're going to delete the whole thing. Before we delete all of this, we need to make sure we remove the roof first and foremost. If you're ever curious why remove roof is always done before construction or deconstruction errands, that's why. Or build roof, whatever. If you... Thank you for lurking, I really appreciate it. Frosty seems to be half working. If we delete all of these, and this roof is still here, it'll collapse. And collapsing roofs, even the regular ones, have a chance to, like, legitimately snap the neck of people. So, that's a whole thing. High explosive shells. We need at least 5 of those, and I'm probably going to go to 10. It's going to waste a lot of our materials, but it's kind of an essential thing. Those mortars were like the thing. You know what? Your recreation is okay. I want you to, like... I want you to haul this whole room, Julie. And then when you're done... Hauling... And Photoshop, when you're done with that, do some hauling. Let's get this room cleaned up. I'm thinking if we move everything in here, we might actually be able to bring the mood of our people up. I keep forgetting Photoshop is part of our crew here. Photoshop is industrious, psychically dull. Rama and the raid source. Banisher. Do you have any no, I don't take on people. Funny story, sometimes I call the actual program Phobochop. Phobochop. Awesome. We're luxuriously wealthy. Thrombos. Oh my god, yes. Okay, so we know what we're going to be doing with our time. Let's make sure everybody is scheduled to work, or actually, let's make sure schedule everybody to walls, because we got some rare steaks wandering on map. I'd like to expand our refrigerator quite badly. What I'd really love to do is just take this line across here and make this whole area a refrigerator. So we're going to be on the lookout for a way to do that. I might legitimately put like a door here for now, and then put a line across here, delete this door, and put a door over here. We can then move, you know, we can reinstall the horseshoe pins even. We want them in here because reasons. Let's put that there for now. Then I'm gonna move this thing here when they're done doing their stuff. Decent barracks, you gotta love it. Okay, so today is going well already. We'll see what Randy has to say about that, though. Fire home of Jigga. So we have a multi-pronged impet attack. Are they preparing for a while? We're definitely pissing off the Thrombos now. What did the message say? They will prepare for a while. Julie, you want to piss off some tanky bastards and make them fuck with our friends over here? How about that? Let's see how hard we can piss off these Thrombos right now. So now we have Maddened Manhunter. But these guys aren't Maddened Manhunters. Julie, let's see how many people how many animals you can piss off all at once. Now, I might be shooting myself in the foot here, but I think they should attack the raiders when the raiders come in. So that's the goal of this shenanigans. It might be hosing me. I might be causing more problems for myself, but we'll see what we can do. Now, speaking of which, I should actually look at what weapons they have. All melee. All melee. So, how do we want to deal with this? I think I'd like to piss off the, do we want... Now, that fire is going to be problematic, but we could fight fire with fire, possibly. Maybe we give... Okay, so who do we got? So Humph is our vampire. I think we give Killer the incinerator. We're going to have Killer get the incinerator, and we're going to piss off every Thrombo that we can, so that when they come close to our base, the Thrombos attack them. I think this guy might actually be going for them now. No. But when they get close, it should attack them. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm fucking everything up here, but... Sometimes called the actual program. Oh, yeah, I read that. Okay. So we got a little action off the bat today. I've got backup plans if this doesn't work, although all of them involve us having problems if the thrombos attack too. Now the show starts. Did the attack begin? Didn't begin just yet. Minor break risk. Ben. Let's get you a fine meal, Ben. Are they going after the tribals? That would be wonderful if they go after the tribals. Julie, can you do me a favor? I need to piss off one more thrombo. Because like that's what I do. I do stupid shit. Again, this might come back to bite me in the ass. I'm pretty sure that once the tribals get close, the manhunters will go after them. Our big problem with these guys is that they are impets. But we're going to fight fire with fire. We're going to have killer flamethrower them. Now, this is not usually a great idea because we've got two vampires, but one of our vampires is sleeping. I don't particularly want to wake her up. We'll wake her up if we absolutely have to. But I think if we can piss off the thrombos, once the imps start getting close, we should be in a position where the thrombos fight the imps and they should all take care of each other. We might have to put out some fires and third party the whole thing, but all in all, I think that will work. If it doesn't, we might have just wiped the colony, but cheers to nonsense. Losing is fun after all. Hell, if we lose today, I could go and play Dyson Sphere program. I'm just kidding. We would just start a new run. This all being said, I don't know what that is, but I will deal with it later. I think I'm going to try and drop... Oh. I think I'm going to try and drop a mortar on somebody's head real quick. I'm going to hit these guys. In fact... Are you set to explosive? You are. Wait. I should have done this as soon as they got here, but fire in 15. They're probably gonna start their assault before I get these off, but every little bit helps, right? Why make the mortars if you can't enjoy shooting them? We'll let Julie fire. Stop it, Tachyon. I'm in the middle of something. Alright, they're beginning their assault. Hit them. Ah, complete miss. Wonderful. Now, I am fairly certain of a few things here, but just to make sure, we're going to put some people at some opportune locations around our base, just to make sure this goes the way it needs to go. It's a good thing Photoshop has the marksman command, because we're going to do that. Julie's isn't up yet. Barb is down with the combat command. We've got people on all sides of the base. They should fight the thrombo. If they don't fight the thrombo, I don't know what I'm going to do here, so... Let me see what this text message is about. You know, CVS Pharmacy really has a very every 5 minutes policy when it comes to reminding you about your prescriptions. So, funny story, I don't think they're going for the Thrumbo. So we might have to play some games here. We've got a Shock Lance. Jump pack, I think... Got a turret pack. I don't think we're going to need a low shield because they're all melee. Get you over there. I'd love to know what they were going for. I'm going to put Giggles in this doorway in case they're pathfinding to us. Let's do a little fire. Yep, the imps and the Thrumbos are fighting. This is exactly what we wanted. Photoshop, you mind helping me piss off the other Thrumbo real quick? Everybody can get put on building right now. Although Photoshop can't build. I might have to wake Barb up again just to fucking repair the doors. Shoot while Thrumbo are beating them. Oh yeah, that's a great idea. I wanted to make sure all the fire got gone, but... Giggles is in the way. Julie. Humph, let's get you out of that doorway so you don't get scared when I shoot them with fire. But you go here. You go here. And you go here. That Thrumbo's putting in work, I gotta say. Alright, now I need everybody to go back inside momentarily. Imps are fleeing. So Thrumbo's broke one group already. Nope, let's not even go out there. Nether! Hello everyone, hello Killer, welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's do a shout out for our good friend Killer Jam over here. How goes the settling into the new place? Guys, go check out Killer if you haven't already. Wonderful human being. He just did a move, so I know he's gonna need some love coming back to streaming after all that nonsense, but welcome in. Arctic Wolves. Looks like we're having an eventful day, everyone. Alright, we still got to do some work on these thrombo, though. No immediate danger. 8 hours on that one. Good, good, good. 20 hours on that one. No immediate danger on that one. So we need to get some more shots off at these bad boys. Where's Julie's needs at? Julie, I need you to come and do the good work over here. By good work, I mean the shooting animals thing. How are some of these people? Are they any remotely good? I'm not an Impid fan, but I don't think we're going to be taking on any more colonists right this second. We've got events, but a lot of them got down, so we might as well take a look, right? Nimble. If I saw a really good doctor, I might... a really good doctor, and we didn't shoot off any of their limbs, maybe. Maybe. But right now, I'm not seeing anything worthwhile, so no capture, definitely no release. Unforbid a few items over here, but not let anybody out. What do we got? You are the 20 hour. So, more food, more chem fuel, more tradables. Unless we had to wait till the end of the month for it. It's going good, and we are going to be having our internet turned back on thanks to last. Oh, awesome. Yeah, it's getting to the point in the world where internet's not a luxury item. Internet is more or less a necessary utility. Like, you can't function without the internet nowadays, so... Now, I'd love to take out some of these Arctic foxes. There's only 5 of them. I'm sure our team could manage. But we're going to get substantially more meat bleeding out these thrombos. So let's focus our attention on them. That guy's dying soon. This guy is 20 hours. And then the other 2 really need some more work put into them. So who can we get over here? Photoshop. I'd like you to back up Julie just a little bit. Oh, totally. Here in Brazil, we have a thing called Pix, which is basically an instant bank transaction that every bank has. Okay. Do go on. Seven hours, no danger, no immediate danger, 19 hours. Okay. These 2 need some work. It's not like PicPay or Venmo. It's built into every bank's. People barely use money because of it. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. I'd like a better angle on these sons of bitches, but that one we should be able to get a good angle on with Julie. Oh, you know what? Let's make sure Killer doesn't keep the incinerator on. Last thing I need is for Killer to see, like, a prisoner, like, get angry and then set the whole base on fire, you know? Now we're cooking with gas. In fact, you can join the doorway hunt. And they would break Brazil's economy. Never get mad, but it's Randy's fault. It is always Randy's fault. Randy is to blame. All right, we got all of them bleeding out except this guy needs some work. I mean, it's gonna take them a while to die, but I'm okay with that. Man, we've got some actual firepower now. It's pretty nice, I'm not going to lie. Hydrate. Thank you so much, Killer. Cheers. You weren't here earlier, but I added a redemption for squats. Right now it's set to 1 squat for 1,000 points, but we'll adjust accordingly. I just didn't want to put it at 5 and then have 5 people spam it immediately and be like, okay, well, I guess I'm going to do squats until I can't stream anymore. So cheers for the hydrate. That'll do her. This guy's down to 10 hours. This guy is no immediate danger. That one's down to 13 hours. All right, we'll wait for a little bit of a move. Oh, this could be bad. This could be real bad. I think I might have fucked up everybody. I angered too many of them at once. And this is bad. And the Arctic Wolves are outside. Ooh, talk about dumb moves. You go stand in the doorway. Oh, the wolves are not angry. Okay. Well, there you go. And the other Thrumbo is there. Okay, fair enough, fair enough. So all of you, except for Mr. Ben, go back to punching that one to death. And then Mr. Ben, we're going to put everybody on work again. And Mr. Ben, let's quickly repair that door. Actually, you can all go back to work. You can go back to work. Let's have the ghoul finish off the Thrumbos. Tons of meat, absolutely. What that tells me is we could probably get this other guy. Yeah, death in 5 hours. Actually, no, we don't have to worry about death in 5 hours. I am so sorry, everybody. Go back to what you were doing. Medieval overhaul? I have not. Okay. Um, I've done very light modding. I'm talking like, Rim HUD. Uh, I think the most extreme thing I used was don't hold door, so they wouldn't place things in the doorway. I've gone back to like full vanilla because for me, um, I really like vanilla. I think there's so much going on that you can get into it. And in addition to that being a content, yeah, only quality of life and aesthetic stuff. Like I used to use color coded mood bars, but they've kind of baked that into the core game now, which is really nice. Um, One of the things being a creator that I've found, and I totally like stealing this from Adam versus everything, but we all do all different types of stuff. When you play the game vanilla, you get a lot of new players coming in to view your channel because they want to see how other people are playing the game that they're just getting into. And if you play with mods, you get the situation where a new player comes in and they're like, oh, hey, that's really cool. How do you do that? And you're like, oh, that's a mod. Oh, okay. That's really cool over there. How do you do that? Oh, that's a mod. And so, like, you wind up in this situation where um, people are not hanging out in the chat. Well, I mean, you get all different types of people. There are just as many modders as there are, like, new players, realistically speaking. But I prefer to do it vanilla because it makes the game more accessible to the viewers. I like it vanilla. It's just like, just a few little things. That's not to say that I would never do a modded run. I think where I would start with mods is a modded storyteller before actually like a full mod conversion or like altering the game. I think I know enough now about how the game works that I could conceivably mod it and not feel like I don't know what the words are that I'm looking for. You're not a Madden Manhunter anymore? No. So I'm going to have Killer come out here and strip everybody. I've taken to stripping people where they are in this playthrough. Most extreme thing I have is prepare carefully, but I don't use it at all. Yeah, when I do stuff like... And this goes to the story of play the game the way that makes you happy. I did a peaceful playthrough of Rimworld because I wanted kind of a builder and like engage with the story a lot. So I decided to play an off-camera peaceful run. I did wind up uploading a time lapse because I installed a mod for time lapsing it. And basically, what am I trying to say? I used prepare carefully not to make the pawns godly. I used prepare carefully to make sure that mom and dad were married and that the kids were their children. Like I basically edited the pawns to be family members. There was some things that I didn't quite do right, like two of them were born, like the eldest two children were born like 2 months apart, but not twin. Like it's like that's wrong. Got to fix that. But all in all, yeah, that's my basic. I do a lot of stuff. Quite honestly, there are just not enough hours in any day for me. You know that whole thing I was just talking about expanding the fridge? Let's just do that. We're gonna need like a single piece of power conduit. Like right there. We need more fridge space. This is getting out of hand. So let's make those adjustments. I know that's what we were like kind of like half working towards as we were doing this here, but we need to actually make it happen. And I'm kind of... If there was a time to move the nutrient paste dispenser, it's now. What are we at? We're in spring, right? Best temperature outside. Let's start bringing this place into the fold. We got enough steel from all the stuff we're smelting down. Yeah. Okay, time for some minor base expansion, everybody. This isn't actually going to go here. We're going to move that over there. Huh. Yep. We're gonna rebuild the nutrient paste dispenser. We're gonna put actually I'm not even gonna put a doorway there right yet. I'm legitimately probably going to just break a tile somewhere in here. And then this room will be part of this room. Not enough steel stored. That's fine. Killer's gonna smelt down a whole fuck ton of stuff. I mean, with this many corpses, and this many random pieces of food, plus all of the like, we need to make this adjustment. So you know, how we play will be dictated by what happens to us here. Okay, so work is solid. Okay. We'll get all that stuff down there momentarily. Okay, good. Electric smelter's getting moved. Can't reconnect. Okay, fair enough. That should get us there. How do we not have enough? Oh, because he's going to move the... It's okay, I understand that. Oh, so Killer can't actually smelt. Gotcha. Let's temporarily move that there. Work on that. Well, actually, no, because if he does this, then they can smelt. Perfect. Copy settings. Paste settings. Deconstruct. Need that on right this second. Thank you, Killer. Killer's on it. That is going to go there. We're going to put a wall here, and we're going to put a couple of hoppers here. Barb's almost halfway done with death resting, so there is that. Okay. Smelting away, because we even have a heater that's not on, so this is the perfect time to crack open this door here. That can go there. All right. Interesting start to the day. Barb, the meme. It depends. You're not doing a Killbox because you never do Killbox because I taught you. So I would say chain shotgun. SMGs, it depends. Yeah. I'm not a fan of SMGs. They work pretty good in a kill box because of their range. Like, they don't outrange assault rifles. They're just a little bit shorter distance than assault rifles. But if you get a whole firing line in an arc around in a kill box, they're going to do pretty good because they're multiple. Miniguns and SMGs, I would say, are pretty good in a kill box. The problem with miniguns is their reload time. If you can get trigger-happy pawns and put them on miniguns, they're going to be pretty good. Their distance is not amazing. I used to be, like, dead set, always chain shotguns. That was my thing. But I also used to use the Singularity kill box. And they're the best weapon for the Singularity kill box. So I'm a big fan of chain shotguns in that regard. Was always a fan of them before that. Back when I would design my own kill boxes, I'll pause this for a second, because that's one of the things that got me into Rimworld. I love building, and I liked the idea of building a kill box. This was before I knew about any of the like basic logic, and so I would build kind of let's do this. It would be 3 wide, right? And, like, I didn't know anything, so, like, this would be the entrance, and I think reasonably quickly I learned to put sandbags here, here, and here. Basically, that forces them in here. And then, you know, there'd be, like, a trap every other tile, etc. for a little bit. And then when we would get back to where my pawns would standing, however long the chain shotgun is, I don't remember the distance, but let's say the chain shotgun had a distance of 15. The first thing I would do is I would put one here, and I'd give these 2 people standing behind this cover a chain shotgun. But then if you go back to this, and you have a person here and here, now the chain shotgun, if you give them a chain shotgun, it can't hit this tile. So they would have SMGs. Then you go back another, and this is not exactly right. Obviously, check the distances, design your kill box accordingly, and basically I just go back like that. So, you know, chain shotguns, SMGs, assault rifles, sniper rifles. And I basically have a mix of all the guns. I think for role-playing purposes, a mix of all the guns really makes sense. If you really have the option to make as many guns as possible, having the option to switch to different guns can be very beneficial. But I think more importantly, the stuff you have for your offhands, like your jump pack, your turret packs, your low shield packs, your shock lances and sanity lances, I think all of that is substantially more important in general than what gun you have. When it comes down to it, early game, anything is better than garbage. If you've got a poor revolver and you've got the option for a normal bolt action, take the normal bolt action. I've really been enjoying the bolt action so far this playthrough. Julie, being that she has a level 17 in shooting and a great memory, can really, like, she just, every shot, especially if we've got marksman and combat command on, she's just like, pop, pop, hit, crit, hit, crit. You know, like, she's just on it like that, every shot. So it's slow, but it's steady, you know, keeping in step with our slow but steady bullshit. Oh, God, this is not good. Actually, we don't actually have to disallow human meat. We just have to have them chop somebody up real quick. Butcher table. Butcher. Duplicate, paste, suspend, make this just human. And let's get Mr. Ben. Actually, consume vegetarian fine meal, then butcher. That way you don't break before you actually get everybody else food. I hope you're having a nice nap, Barb, because we're waking you up to get a whole bunch of work done very shortly here. Too expensive for what they do. Long time. Yeah, I generally try to scavenge and trade for weapons until I can make assault rifles. Racing to assault rifles, I would say something that's important if you've got the technology. Make sure to make yourselves a smoke launcher and an EMP. EMP grenades and a smoke launcher are far more important early on where you're at than getting everybody into guns, if that makes any sense. Because if you've got the EMPs and the smoke launcher, it makes dealing with mech clusters a lot more trivial. And our ghoul is fully healed up from that nonsense. Those two thrombos getting in, our ghoul took a very small hit. I'm going to put slag up front because we get more metal out of slag than we do out of weapons. Killer's going to finish smelting this one, but... if you have the opportunity, everyone, always build your replacement before you deconstruct your original. Like, we're going to deconstruct this bad boy. It was an emergency build. Oh, okay. Turrets can't lock on for smoke. So when you're dealing with a mech cluster, like, I'm busting out the planning tool all day long. Say you've got a turret down here, right? And its range is like, let's say that, right? And you can see that by clicking on the turret and mousing. It should show you the range. You stand your pawn right there and shoot smoke. The smoke goes in a big circle. You walk into the smoke, you shoot the smoke there. Pushes the smoke forward. And the turret will never lock onto you. So you can literally walk all the way up to the turret and shoot it. And I wouldn't recommend getting right next to it because they explode, so stay back. And basically find a spot like, you know, if we're shooting at it from here, just have the smoke launcher guy just keep shooting at your feet. And you'll be able to take out turrets without any casualties whatsoever. Now that's not to say that's what you do against mechs, because if you've got mechs at the mech cluster, you've got to deal with the mechs accordingly. You know, depending on what they are, you might need to engage with different strategies depending on what mechs are there, how far away from your base it is, all that good stuff. But once you've dealt with the mechs, however you deal with them, usually if it's a major threat mech cluster, I'll take stock of what we got, and then if we're in an optimal situation, we mortar down the major threat. That makes the mechs stop leashing to it and come to our base. We fight the mechs on our terms at the base, and then we send out a smoke launcher team to clean up the turrets. That's optimal combat situation right there. So if you can do that, that's the best way to go about it. If you can't, you know, if it's early game or if you don't have the resources or the pawns to play that, You know, you could mortar it down. If you're using a kill box, make sure your kill box is ready to go. Mortar down the main threat, gun down the mechs that come to your kill box, and then send out a smoke launcher team to clean up the turrets. And that'll do you just right. What up, Tom? Welcome to the Madhouse. We already had a raid. Right before the raid, we had some Thrumbos come on map. So, you know, I angered the Thrumbos, so they were Maddened Manhunter. They were floating around our base. 3 Maddened Manhunter Thrumbos. The Impids came in, started fighting the Thrumbos with their backs turned. I popped Killer out and started incinerator blasting all of them. You've been watching? Hell yeah, hell yeah. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm glad you've been here. How the heck are you, my dude? Guys, Tom is really good at coming up with interesting Rimworld situations. I'm not going to put pressure on him, but if he's in the mood and you're looking for a theme for a playthrough, Tom's always like, I got it. We're going to play a group of orcs. We're going to change their genetics so that they do blah, 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 so they're more like orcs. Or we're going to play the Nurgle from Warhammer. By doing this and this and this, we can create a race that more or less looks like them. It's really cool. I love your imagination, Tom. You know how to come up with the good stuff. God, I pushed Killer a little too hard. Actually, Killer, let's get you a fine meal to offset the fact that I worked you to death here. Of course, of course. I love the way your brain works. If anybody is curious, before I started this playthrough, Tom and I actually spent some time in a chat talking about should we play with a monolith on, should we do some sort of crazy ending. I learned after the fact that you can't trigger Anomaly at the same time as the other ones. As soon as you trigger Anomaly, it locks you out of the other endings. You can't do like a ship launch, Royalty, and Anomaly simultaneously. There was a brief consideration in doing that because the double ending one has been done by a few people, including Francis, where you put on a ship, you turn on the ship reactor and trigger the Royalty ending at the same time, and then you get double ending raids plus whatever your normal storyteller raids are. So that's I really shouldn't be letting Photoshop out there. Let me stop being sloppy about my zoning here. Photoshop doesn't have movement capabilities. So we're going to leave work as what's next to the base, because I'm okay with that. What is Area 1 currently? Area 1 is there and there. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to make this Area 1, and we're going to schedule Julie, and when Barb wakes up, she can do Area 1, because they've got movement. Julie's got a jump pack, and Barb is a vampire. How is our power? 18 of 30. We desperately need... Let's go with 3 more of those. We need more chem fuel, pretty fucking bad, and we've only got 2 mortars at the moment, so that is a thing. Let's get that built first. You know, I'm gonna... Do we have any bioferret walls? Yeah, 600. Okay. They burn, but I'm okay with that. You know, we were talking about doing all sorts of stuff with bioferret, but until we get to the point where we could have, like, a reasonable amount, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna deconstruct this. This is gonna get set to fungus. Set this to critical. And then we're going to build a copy. There. Mr. Ben, please work on that first and foremost. How are your needs? You kind of need sleep, but I kind of need you to do things. I need this base reconfigured ASAP. Why are you building? Let's not do that. Let's not do that. Actually, what do we got? We got limestone here. Now, the funny thing is, it's spring. The playthrough I'm coming up with is cooking right now. I just need to add more spicy ingredients. Hell yeah. Let us know what it is. Let us know what it is. I am still planning on getting us a community hot potato Rimworld playthrough going. But like I said earlier, I've become quite addicted to Dyson Sphere program. So for me with the building games like Dyson and Factorio, my issue has always been moving the little character from the top. They always feel slow and sluggish, and the games are designed that way so that when you get upgrades, they move faster. And so over the weekend, I was like, so I've always liked the idea of Dyson. I think it's a really cool game. You guys know I'm in the Factory games. I played the fuck out of Satisfactory. We're going to be doing a community Satisfactory server when 1.0 releases, thanks to Zed and his wonderful, wonderful extra computer that he's willing to donate for a little while to the cause. So we're going to be doing that. But Dyson, I always wanted to play it, but I kept moving the character around, being like, I don't get it. And then, like, I never understood, like, inserters and sorters and stuff like that, because I learned on Satisfactory, which is a little backwards for most people. You plug the belts right into the building, you use splitters, instead of running the belts parallel and then using inserters and stuff to pull and push onto the lines. So once I've watched a bunch of I'm Kibitz, and, well, because Francis started a playthrough and then got sidetracked, because he's just like us, totally gets sidetracked by shit. He got sidetracked by a game called Inscription, which is a really cool, quirky, roguelike card. It's a weird fucking game. I don't think, like, I've seen Squiddy play a little bit of it, but I didn't realize how much crazier it even got with its nonsense. So, anyway, he got distracted by that, and I was kind of chomping at the bit to see a little bit more, like, you know, a little bit more. So I was clicking around, and because I clicked on Dyson for Francis, it came up all across the board. And I've watched Kibitz play Satisfactory. I am Kibitz. He's, hello everyone, I am Kibitz. Very cool dude, very cool content, really like it a lot. And I watched him do a playthrough of Dyson Sphere program, and when he ended, do I have a favorite scenario? I mean, I hate to do the old Rimworld trope of it depends. So for Sea Ice, my favorite start is the one we did, the Rich Explorer. You and I talked about all the different options. You know, you could start tribal. That way you have some people you could immediately execute for food and, like, you know, blah, blah, blah. You could go, you know, there's a lot of different things. Generally speaking, I think tribal is my favorite start. Like, all things equal, not doing any specific challenges, I think tribal is my favorite start. Reason being, I'm a big fan of Psycasts. I think they're very powerful. And when you start tribal on a reasonably normal map, you can set up shop next to the tree. You've got 5 people who can fight, so you can immediately make the ones that have melee damage a couple of ranged weapons, even if they're bows. If you get the right characters and you can kite a little bit, it makes it a lot easier to like hit people. The downside to tribal would be the fact that 5 pawns is considerably more wealth than 3 pawns, but there's a trade-off in the fact that, you know, crash landed scenarios, people wind up with better weapons and items to start. So, you know, the thing is, it's like the whole Adam style, right? Like, when I'm min-maxing, there's like, there's very little work. You know, you plant as much... Party, excellent. You're going to plant just enough crops, right? You're going to plant the crops. You're not going to be, your planter's not going to be planting nonstop. Your crafter doesn't really have that much to craft early on because you're going to craft with little resources. So as long as everybody's capable, even if they have a 0 in intellect, you literally set it so that when they're done with their primary job, they go to research, and you set up multiple research benches. If you have 4 or 5 research benches in a tribal colony, and every time they're done with their main job, they go to research, it's really not that bad. And then if you get refugee quests, literally just make a whole bunch more research benches, chain all the refugees to the research benches, just have them research nonstop. Eventually you get yourself sorted, especially if you go into the ideology and you set your ideology to very fast. It's going to offset the low research speed on the tribals. I'd say I wouldn't mind progressing a little slower if that meant I could progress with psycasts. Because in order to get psycasts from the tree, it's not just being able to have the natural meditation, it's also being able to spend enough time at the tree meditating to grow the grass. So basically, in a tribal colony, my colonists spend a small amount of time doing their main... with royalty, they introduced psycasts, which is basically magic, you know, explained using like nano archites in the air or whatever. You can berserk pulse people, like make a whole group of people basically, you know, berserk so their friends attack them. You can skip, which means like take something and just teleport it like a far distance, etc. Like dealing with centipedes sucks, right? But let's say we're doing a no killbox setup. We can open this door, and as soon as a centipede comes into line of sight, our psycaster, who's standing behind our melee pawn, or if it is our melee pawn, teleports, skips the centipede, excuse me, into melee range. And now the centipede can't shoot anymore because now they're melee locked with your melee pawn, and your whole back line is right behind them, you know, 3, 6, 9 people shooting at the single centipede. Rinse and repeat, and you can annihilate centipedes like it's nothing. Centipedes are very scary for us right now. Any mech raid that spawns, I'm looking and I'm like crossing my fingers and knocking on wood we don't get big centipede raids right now. Once we double up on our population, everybody's got assault rifles, and we've got like larger outer walls. It won't be as bad, especially since we have EMPs and a couple of good offhand weapons. Like, you know, we've got a... Hi, Emily. How you doing? Sneaking in. I know I kept talking as if you did actually sneak in, but I saw you there. I see you over there doing your thing. Now, I'm pretty sure I don't have any of these zones set for tainted clothing anymore, but just in case I do, I'm gonna forbid it. How is this place? Decent, luxurious, very spacious, kinda ugly. Okay, fair enough. Where is Ben? Ben, what are you doing? Okay, that's fair enough, Ben. Good job. Good job, Ben. Ah, look at all the room for activities. Now, they can't get to food right now. Now, we got up to extremely spacious, so that's good. Are the mushrooms having any resting? Okay, so this light is not hitting them. This light's not hitting them. So now our barracks just got a lot nicer and a lot more spacious. When we get a chance, we'll make some more chairs, too. And we're probably going to be... Actually, you know what? Never mind. Leave that there for now. I'm going to uninstall that real quick. Choose a biome for my tribal start. Boreal Forest. I think Boreal Forest is something... I haven't done a Boreal Forest playthrough, and I think I'd really like to do it. I found a really cool Boreal Forest seed. And I did post it in the Rimworld section. If you scroll up, there's a picture of all the settings. There's cold, so you'll have to deal with winter. If you get a map that spawns enough of it south, it's not as big a deal to deal with. But I like the vibe of the Boreal Forest. You know what? Killer can deal with the 8 without a table debuff. He is a rock. You know what? Let's get the dining chairs over here. Then you can come back over and do this, because Humph is about to eat without a table, and I can't have that. Let's get that thing turned back on. With or without mountains? I miss mountain bases. I used to do a lot of mountain bases, so I'm going to say mountain base. Now we can move the horseshoes now. Let's put that there. Now we might be able to mitigate our darkness debuff now, because they're going to be hanging out in here. Oh my god. By doing this, we more or less just got rid of our darkness debuff. Oh my god. How freaking cool. How freaking cool. I'm just making a challenge for me. Hell yeah. Toxic rains? What do you mean? Are you talking about pollution being enabled or something? I generally disable pollution. You know, not trying to be one of those people who, like... I don't enjoy the pollution mechanic unless I'm specifically going for, like, a waster run, which I might do one of these days. But if I'm not specifically doing a challenge... if I'm not specifically doing a pollution-based challenge, I will generally turn off pollution. Just as like a... Yeah, pollution has its places. I would say for me, either leaving pollution at default or turning it off is usually how I play, unless I'm looking to specifically do a run. Right, hang on. We copied this thing, so there's no reason that this can't just be all one zone now. Okay, excellent. Put that there. Now that's more or less the middle. We might still use that door. I don't want to put too many doors into the refrigerator because I don't want them just going in there nonstop. I kind of like that as the position for a door. Totally understand that because we just opened the door. That should immediately make this place a little warmer. Turned on the other heater because we've got a larger area now. Amelia donated $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You are amazing. All the hugs and love sending your way. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that a lot. This is Killer's Corner. All of the crafting stuff is right there. Yes, thank you so much. That really does help. As I always say, monetary support is always appreciated but never required. My brain is not quite functioning, so basically, for a long time, this has been all I've been able to do. And so I like the idea of it being my main gig. It's just a matter of doing it. So I'm cheap on the subs. I think this is the better way for every now and then. Yeah, you know, the thing is subs, Twitch takes half. Donations I get all of. I'm not saying that Twitch doesn't deserve their cut, but donations are a much better direct benefit for me. So there is that. So we've been fighting the good fight against mood problems in this colony, and I feel like it's been going quite well. Last stream we got rid of a lot of negatives, even though we took on nutrient paste as one of the negatives. But we've been making changes to our ideology. We've been making changes to our base. We've done a lot of different things to kind of help the situation out. So very happy with the way that's going. If we could theoretically get up more outer walls here, I'd be super freaking stoked. We really do need to get another stone. Not really do, but I mean, we've got chunks just chilling here that are pretty decent wall material, and we just do not have. Okay, so 105 steel. What are we working with right now? 130 at the moment. That would be all of our steel, so I'm not willing to do that just this second, but we are going to do that reasonably soon. What is our wealth at? I keep forgetting to check our wealth. We've got 79,000 wealth, which is more than I'd like to have on this map, but how's our power situation? Not great at the moment. We've got 90 biofuel. We've got 3 of those. That'll bring us up to 5. I hate to do it, but the next bits of steel are all going to go into making shells. They just kind of have to. At this stage in the game, we're going to need shells. And unfortunately, that's got to be a priority. There's a lot of other things I'd like to get done. Our base is not nearly as flush with surface area as I would like it to be. So we're going to have to do a lot of things to get that fixed. But at the moment, what can I get you to do? Can we haul in some of this pemmican, Julie? I mean, getting Barb that Archotech arm, that's fucking huge. That's so fucking huge. Like, she went from being a burden on the community to being one of the best pawns I've ever had in my life. The sanguiphage thing means that we don't have to worry about her being 67 years old. She's got great memory, so her skills don't really go down. At this stage of the game, we've put her to work doing so many different things, and her genetics have boosted where she's low. The only thing she's not good at is art, and I don't think we have an artist yet in the community. But once we get a few more things done, we might actually be able to take on an artist, you know, provided of course that they actually can hold a gun, is more or less my thing. By giving them this space in their room that has light, like, this light is not interfering with the hydroponics, but they spend enough time in the light now that we're not getting the darkness debuff. The debuff from the nutrient paste is offset by intense bigotry and blood feeder worship. So all in all, this place just keeps getting better and better and better. I mean, that's the way you want to play through to go, right? If we were still struggling with one pawn in a small shack, I might be bad enough at this that we would be starting over, but I'm pretty stoked about this. I think one of the big things, so we've got our little goals, right? We've got all of our little goals. And the big goal for this week, I guess, I would say today, but I don't know how much we can get done in a single day. We've already had a few events, and we've gotten some really good situations. But this week, by the end of this week, if we don't have this outer wall done, I think we're in a bad position. So we're gonna stay on top of our small projects, getting food steady, switching back over to rice, getting another chem fuel generator down, all those good things. But at the end of the day, I think one of the most important things is to get this wall up. There have been raids that are harder than they need to be because we don't have the surface area to spread people out enough. As you guys see, one of the tactics when you're playing without a kill box is to kind of kite people back and forth. So I'm gonna disallow this door. People seem to be going out and in that door rather than going through the base. So I'm gonna disallow that door. Like, just don't stand in the refrigerator doorway, guys. You know, it's like when you have kids. Not that I have kids, but I've watched a lot of sitcoms. All right, you're unrestricted, so please just keep coming out here to haul things in. How are your needs? Your needs are all right. So I'm gonna push you a little harder than the other pawns, Julie, just because you're the goat here. So, taking a look at our pawns, Julie came to us at, I think, 41. Same age as Killy. They're both 44 and coincidentally in a relationship. Humph is a vampire, 43 years old, so age doesn't matter anymore. Barb is a vampire, 67, so age doesn't matter. Mr. Ben is 45. Now, Mr. Ben is probably our worst pawn, staggeringly ugly, abrasive, but nimble. At 45 years old, that nimble is kind of helpful, and they can shoot and they can build. and they're a pretty decent secondary crafter. We might want to make Mr. Ben into a shooting specialist as well. We did the same thing with Photoshop. Both Mr. Ben and Photoshop are actually good at crafting, but we don't have room for more than one crafter in our business here. So I might... no, that construction is too good. I need him to repair walls. Never mind, never mind. So when we get to the point where we can have other shooting specialists, we've got more colonists, we'll probably take Photoshop out of being a shooting specialist and get them crafting. But until such a time as we've got like extra colonists, more or less, they're going to stay a shooting specialist. You'll love to see that refrigerator. Now, I think this one is set exclusively to humans. Yes. Okay, so that's solid. Ghoul is doing... Oh, you need to... Where is my ghoul zone set? Okay, we need to do a little choppy here. Let's get a couple of corpses going, mostly because the ghoul needs food. That could have been bad. I didn't have them zoned to the one spot that there was human meat. There's the light part of the base and the dark part of the base. This has now more or less become the mushroom room. The mushroom room. I mean, everybody can sleep over here too, but... we are getting to that point. All right. Hate to do it, but we're going to make another chair. We've had too many close calls with people eating without a table, and with this colony, any mood buff is useful, or any avoidance of mood debuffs is useful. Darkness, yeah, I mean that's bound to happen. That's off. We've got this going so he can make high explosive shells. I'd like to get people into simple helmets. Probably should have used a little bit of the uranium we used for the walls for simple helmets. How much does a simple helmet cost? 40 metal. Okay, so we've got a few other things we're doing here, but I think we're going to want to get those helmets sorted reasonably soon. I'm not sure how much plasteel we have on the map, but I might even make one out of plasteel. Actually, yeah. So we're going to get Barb to help with the cleanup of the map, and then we're going to zone her up here to take care of this plasteel node. I'm so happy that flesh tentacle is gone. Oh, God, the fact that she's got, like... And it worked, right? Because, so, like, the unnatural healing hit her missing toe, which a vampire won't do. Vampire won't regrow. And I was like, man, I kind of wish it would have taken care of her neck scar, because that's the thing hurting her. But now, the vampire in her healed up the neck scar, healed up whatever other scar she had, and the unnatural healing grew her toe back, so she's just sorted. If we could do something to take care of Julie's scar, torso, bite scar, I mean, it's not really screwing her up too bad. Her moving is still 100%, which is the main thing I care about. Cleaning trash. Now let's continue to have you haul in very, very important food. we're going to have to do a couple of more of these, so we'll do a couple of more of those as well. Sea ice really does just come down to managing the shit out of things, right? You walked over this. Alright, I wanted to make that killer's little build corner, but we're going to move that over there because apparently they want to walk over the bench and slow themselves down. So, geothermal built, congratulations. Geothermal is huge when you're on a map with geothermal. It's just like, bam, there it is. Oh, Killer's probably, yeah, Killer's got the chem fuel reserved. Okay. Alright, they got right on top of the butchering needs. You know what? I need Julie to haul before she cleans. Because Humph is cleaning first. Humph is the cleaning person. Wahoo! Internet is coming next week, Tuesday. Hell yeah! Congratulations. That's exciting. .3 hours left. So Barb is almost back on the team. And our rituals, like all of our rituals, will be ready in the next 2 days. So, very wonderful. We've got all of our corpses in freezers, so we can manage that. Ghoul is not going to eat corpses, he's going to eat raw meat, which we've got on the shelves. We've got meat and fungus in the hoppers. Yeah. We're getting another chair down on the table. We've got the schedule split, so there's 3 people on each schedule, which works. Everybody is kind of... Ooh, welcome back to the living, Barb. Oh, God, I am so happy with this pawn now. So once we drop Tunneler, we won't have the outdoors debuff anymore. And we are working very diligently to deal with all the other debuffs. Okay, Alright, base is coming together. I am dying to freaking floor this place. You know we're doing good when we're able to freaking put a floor down. That'll be the we finally made it thing. Oh, this really shouldn't be in front of the doorway. I'll let them finish hauling everything in, but yeah, that shouldn't be in front of the doorway. And this is really not actually a good place for the horseshoe pin. I'm going to put the horseshoe pin there. Just because we need to be able to stand at the doorway, so... What is your issue? Was insulted, of course. The imprisoned thing is going to last a little while. I'm going to tell you what, Mr. Ben. We've got fine meals for this reason. Feed them good food. When we get the silver to actually bring our cooking bench back online, because we had to destroy it because of emergencies, we'll get ourselves sorted with a handful in general. Right now, those are the fine meals that dropped into us from Randy. Speaking of which, they dropped somewhere up here. We already hauled that bit in. Okay. It's going to take us quite a bit of time to get everything sorted here. We don't have the SMGs in this zone. That can go there. Where are you going? Going for a walk. Of course you are. Julie and Barb are having a conversation. That's just peachy keen fine. So, one of the things that Zed has said a few times is, the thing he doesn't like about this game is that we put all of our stuff on the floor. Now, that is more or less my playstyle. You do have shelving, and you can set filters, like all of the textiles on this one, all the clothing on this one. This one is set to only be weapons. So, you don't have to throw everything on the floor. It's just kind of the playstyle that I go for. Alright, power is short-circuiting, so let's shut off all non-essential systems. We need to get that second chem fuel generator up. %, need that second chem fuel generator up immediately. Come on, just give us a little wind for just a little while, sir. Starting to feel like we have a proper base. I mean, yeah, there's some janky stuff, like some of these walls that are supposed to be doubled aren't doubled. Chem fuel generator's just built inside the main base because, you know, it's giving off heat too, so whatever. All of this stuff is... Wait, that's not tainted? Oh, right, because we stripped one of them before he died. I might have someone just straight up incinerate that nonsense. Yeah, I left this thing on too long. We're going to have to let the power stock back up before we smelt anything down. But we need to smelt things down to get power, so... all that good stuff. Julie is sleeping. Her and Barb are gradually bringing in the pemmican. Barb, what are your needs at? Okay, so you're hauling plasteel, and then haul pemmican after that. Why don't you? I'm just going to queue her up to do all of the pemmican. Because I want that stuff inside. It'll take a lot longer for the steel stuff to deteriorate, but we need to get that food in. We might want to send someone out to trade. Now, we do have rituals coming up, so we'll probably look for a mule character. But... you know what? The things that are not tainted, we should probably bring inside. Just because, like, you know, every little bit helps, right? Now, I'm going to leave the club outside because I do not want that in my life. I wish you could break down the wood club for wood. That would be cool. Okay, that's all tainted. Fantastic. I'm not going to worry about anything else. All right, we do have to get wealth off map. I may send Humph. I got to keep an eye on the nutrient paste dispenser, and I've got to, yeah, we got to get wealth off map. Might as well. Giggles can do the tanking. We gotta get some stuff off this map and get ourselves some things. So we'll do a little bit more cleanup. We'll butcher the Thrumbo for the horns. Maybe? Hang on. Let me think about this. We'll do a little bit more cleanup. The question... Yeah, we got to make the trade worth it, right? But we can't take too much stuff with us, right? We got to get wealth off the map. 81,000 is too much wealth. And Humph is not doing anything. Okay. Okay, before we unpause, let's do a quick gear check. Basically, I want to make Thrumbo stuff. But I want to make sure we make what we need. So we could use a new set of pants for Humph. That's like a top priority. New shirt for Killer. This is all going to be Thrumbo. Barb is doing good, other than she might need a new hat. Mr. Ben. Shirt and pants. Photoshop. Why do I feel like you're wearing less clothes? You're not. Okay. Photoshop is doing good across the board. So we want to make 2 of these. Of each. You can sleep later, Killer. Let's get you. You're very happy, and you don't need food. That is not what I wanted to happen there. Only Thrumbo. Only Thrumbo. That's a lot of meat. What is default on? Default is legitimately... We're going to make paste and nutrient... paste and pemmican default, and we're going to put everybody on default right now because we just pulled in some pemmican. So, since we're having a little bit of a power issue, let's let our people eat pemmican. And in fact, let's have Killer make one of each. Of course, masterwork. Okay, gear. That was Humph that needed... Let's get Humph into some better pants. We need this power issue to stop ASAP. Okay, so if there's any goal that I have, it's to get up a second and preferably a third. A second and a third chem fuel generator by the end of the day would be a phenomenal goal for us here. I might go against my better judgment and place them next to each other, but again, better judgment and all. God, I would love a bulk goods trader to... Well, when we get the power back to our comms console, I'd like a bulk goods trader. We've got a little bit of excess power here. I think I might keep the Thrumbo Fur and just tell Killer to do until we have one. Well, I might just micromanage Killer, making us all new clothing, basically. We've got enough Thrumbo Fur that we can really get everybody switched over. Humph here is pretty much Thrumbo, Thrumbo, Thrumbo. Everything that can be Thrumbo on Humph is Thrumbo on Humph. So Humph is good down to negative 199 days, of 199.8 degrees. Literally, like, dude can friggin' lay in a pile of snow. Whereas Julie over here is good down to negative 100, which is not the worst thing in the world, but if we can get everybody... In fact, let's put another pair of pants on there. Those human leather pants are not cutting it. Thrumbo Fur everything for everybody sounds like a good upgrade right now. Good durability, good protection, good everything across the board, especially cold and heat. Because if they're wearing all Thrumbo Fur everything, other than a simple, like, Humph doesn't... this is the build we want, is what's on Humph. Other than replacing the steel simple helmets with better helmets like, you know, Marine or Recon or Cataphract, right? So, flak and a normal helmet with Thrumbo Fur everything, and our people will be solid. They'll be able to wear protective gear and still be able to stay warm. So, I'm good with that. That being said, I think it might be time to send Humph off with everything we have currently. I would love to be able to have him do more. I gotta kind of I really do need to have them. You know, we got pemmican. I don't have to glitch anything for the sake of food. We just send Humph with pemmican. So let's do that. Because 84,000 wealth. Thank you for following, F Zappa. Apparently, guinea pig fur is the best for cold, but practicality-wise, probably not viable in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, yeah, guinea pig fur stuff is phenomenal. Um, I think Thrumbo fur has better things as far as hit points are concerned and such, but yeah, guinea pig fur gives you a lot of warmth. And welcome in, first time chatter. I'm Nethercloud. I stream Monday to Saturday, noon to 6. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is Rimworld days. Tuesday, Thursday is Oxygen not included. Saturday is a bit of a wild card day. Lately, we've been doing a playthrough of Hollow Knight. We're probably going to start doing Satisfactory on Saturdays when 1.0 releases. And given the fact that I'm completely addicted to Dyson Sphere program, that'll probably find its way into the mix somewhere or another. But I have no idea where because we've got a lot of stuff to get done with this playthrough. You know what? I'm going to even have them sell the human leather tail cap. Not the Thrumbo fur pants, though. That's got to stay. Travel supplies wise, that actually looks about right. Only thing I might add here, take the packaged survival meals with you, bud. Is there anything else we want to sell while we're here? We're literally selling all of our overflow clothing. We're bringing the silver. We're keeping some of the weaponry. We'll smelt down anything that's made of steel that's garbage weapons. Obviously, we're not selling corpses. The Thrumbo horns are going to get us a little bit of currency out there. We're keeping the Thrumbo fur for the sake of... And I guess we'll take as much human leather as possible. We really don't have a lot of carry capacity. What are you missing? Impid Raid that we pitted against Thrumbos that we made Manhunter. Got to all the Impids and all the Thrumbos turning into meat. Barb has an Archotech arm and has death rested. We're sending Humph out on the road to do some trading. When he gets back, we're gonna. I think it's his turn. No, wait, he death rested first. I think. It doesn't matter. Even if he's death rest exhausted, he'll be fine. We've expanded the refrigerator so we can make sure to keep the corpses frozen, and we're struggling for power. So as soon as we can, we're gonna get up another chem fuel generator because now that we have all these corpses. And we're about to reform our ideology so we can get back into rice. If we can get down 2 chem fuel. Time for Tongo trading? Yes. 6.8 days of food. You know what? Let's send it. Yeah, that's fine. And we're going to go into this, and Humph is now going to get set to everything. Excellent Thrumbo fur pants. That was Julie that needed those, right? Yeah. So I set my tailoring bills wrong, and now I have 27 cloth pants. I counted wrong. I have 44 pants. Oh my god. That is, yeah, I mean, time to go trade. Time to go and trade. Glad you're having fun on your playthrough, though. All right, who else needs Thrumbo fur pants? Wait, what's Photoshop got? Yeah, let's do that. Okay. Oh my god, look at all the junk that's leaving our base now. Hell yeah. Hell fucking yeah. I'm gonna do that. And I am going to shrink that zone there. Now we can kind of let Killer do his own thing. So now that meals minus giggles is a non-issue, further expansion or something else. Sparta, I was talking about our goals for this. Weekly goal is might even happen today, but it all depends on how everything flows, you know, right? Weekly goal is to make sure that we get these outer walls up. We don't need to bring this into the fold as far as being our base yet, but we really do need outer walls. Once these outer walls are up, this is where I'm planning on putting our scanning array, so that's probably going to be pretty important coming up here real soon. Other than that, getting our ideology switched back over, getting more chem fuel generators up. I think that's basically where we're at. No empty configurable spot. Right, because we're not actually smelting it down just yet, so let's do that. Yeah. Now we wait, more or less, exactly. Now with Humph off map, we go down to... Jesus, we're still at 85,000 wealth? That's terrifying. We need more pawns. Thrumbo fur shirt. Who needs a Thrumbo fur shirt? Sheep wool normal. Human leather normal. Hyperweave normal. Let's get you into the shirt, Mr. Bean. Now, do we have any Thrumbo fur left? 167. So... Mr. Ben, not Mr. Bean. Sorry, guys. So another shirt is definitely in order because we'd like to get Photoshop out of that lizard skin and into something a little nicer. So let's do that. Now that the power is back, let's get everybody back on paste proper. Barb and Julie are going to haul in smeltable weapons. We got to get Killer back on smelting, but, you know, can't really turn the power on until we stockpile a little bit more power in our batteries over here, which is not happening. Randy is not letting us get wind today. It's okay. It's okay. Not a problem. I mean, it is a problem, but it's not a problem. It is what it is. What do we got down here? We've got 60 steel, plus whatever we can get out of that. And then how much steel do we have up here? 10, 70, it's almost 80. It's what? It's 100 for one of these guys. How many components do we have? 45. Not too bad of a situation. I think we unrestrict Barb, and instead of having you go up there, let me have you haul the steel from down here. What guns we got? We've got 2 assault rifles, a charge rifle, a bolt action, and an SMG. We've got Giggles the Ghoul, and Humph still has a Thrumbo horn because we checked out the mono sword that they had the last time, and it was not as good as the Thrumbo horn, so that's where we're at. We currently just chopped up 4 Thrumbos, took the horns and all the other random bits and pieces off map, and we're currently converting our Thrumbo fur into better clothing for our colonists. What's called Killer's temperature? -76. So yeah, let's... So I think we're making... So they've got a lizard skin button down. They've got the Thrumbo fur. Your Hyperweave normal is going to be okay. And then Killer... Alright, so we need at least 2 more button downs out of Thrumbo fur. It's a little... This is a massive presumption. What's that? What do you got for me, Photoshop? Hit me with it. Yes. What's up? What's up? What's up? Go into research and let's take a look at the mace and the longsword damage-wise. In order to produce them, we'd have to build the smithy, Sparta. Let's not even go down that rabbit hole right now. Power is still our main priority, so even if we find a weapon that could do better, but we're talking, I think it was a good mono sword didn't have as much DPS as a thrumbo horn. So if a good mono sword doesn't have as much DPS, I think the only possibility for a real upgrade is if we can somehow get a creative inspiration on Killer and craft ourselves like a masterwork or legendary bioferret longsword. I think that would be our main situation. But even that, we have so little AP weapons usually. Oh, so for your casters, right? If I'm following correctly. Hi, Tachyon. You want to come say hi again, bud? Kitty Quake on the camera. All right, we have a kitty interlude here. Come on, bud. Come in here. Hey, come here. Don't step on the bad things. Just come and say hi. Who's a good boy? Yes, Daddy loves you. He did yell at you a little bit when you tried to break his speakers and his TV and his monitor and all of his other things all at once. But, you know, I think once in a lot. But I believe a mace could still be a lot of damage. Give me a sec. Yeah, Sparta, if you want to look it up, go look it up. I will be happy to take anything you guys say into account. It's just at the moment, I think getting the materials to build a smithy and then on top of it have the materials to build a weapon is a lot to ask for at the moment when we've got higher priorities. We desperately need to get a second and possibly a third chem fuel generator down. Now that we've got a little bit more space, I'd even be tempted by the possibility of getting another battery down. Almost $2,000 in silver from pants. That's fucking insane. Who's a good Bubba? You are. You're your baby. Maces are good because of their stun damage. The good thing about a mace is that when you hit something like a mech, there's that, like, even if it's not like an EMP stun, but just like stunned from getting hit type of thing, so it makes it more difficult for the mechs to move. A good mono sword is 27.5 damage. Right, so let's go over to Humph here, take a look at gear. I don't know if there's let's go to information. Yeah, I can't look directly at it. I believe the thrumbo horn is 31. But I'm not 100% sure. He's got all the horns on him right now, actually. Actually, let's, if we go to items... There we go. Probably wrong here. 10.3 per second. I don't know... 28 points of stab damage, 28 points of scratch damage, blunt damage 9.0. That's like, you know, like when you hit someone with the butt of your knife instead of the sharp end. So, right around similar damage, I suppose. But hold that thought, Photoshop, or, you know, or don't. Go look up some more stuff. I'm going to quickly go take a restroom break, and then we'll come back and see what we can get done. Let me adjust the camera real quick, because Kitty quaked it into an awkward position. I need a new camera holding arm. I'm going to put up the links to Bobby's music, so if you guys are enjoying the tunes, please go over and give him some love. He did the music for me a while back, and I did it out of the kindness of his heart. So I always promote every time I go on break, so please go check him out if you like the music. I'll be back in a second, and we'll see what else we can get done today. Take care. Be right back. Okay, we're back. Ooh. No, I already got the rest of the coffee. I was like, wait, should I have gotten coffee? Like, nope. There is a cup from yesterday. I did this when I got on today. I was like, or when I started doing things today, I was like, oh, okay, you can harvest the Nutrifungus. Okay, here's my rationale. If we can get a smithy, a normal one, we don't even need the electric one. We're switching back to rice eventually. A couple of pieces of wood would be enough. Thinking fiber corn here. Maybe. Yeah. All of those things are definitely possibilities. It's just a matter of what the game throws at us. Wait. Sow area. Sow area. This area can't be sown because that's problematic. Yeah, it's definitely low on the priority list is the thing. So excellent. Nutrifungus coming in. Yak beef. Fine, fine. We always need two kinds of meat. I'm tempted to build two more hoppers. One to, like, always put on fungus, and the other one's, like, you know, set to different kinds of meat just because. But it is what it is at the moment, so... where is Barb? Removing roof. Perfect. Well, yes, the damage is lower than the thrombo horn. Read this. Alright. I'm waiting. Ready for you. Excellent. Barb is doing the things I need her to do. Let's just make sure that she got all the roofs. Okay. Perfect. It's almost like I microed the pawn myself. It's amazing what a little bit of prioritizing does. Alright, Julie's bringing in the smeltables. Killer's eating and should immediately go to work on those, on the clothing. After meditating, of course. Needs-wise... Oh, yeah. Yeah, you could top off your recreation. That'll give... We want Killer to have the most chance possible at inspirations being our crafter, so... Right, I'm going to turn this back on for sure. We really could use a bulk goods trader to... This is for Warhammer, but also applies to maces at Master Worker Hire. The Warhammer will often one-shot, two-shot humans due to its superior damage spread. Yeah. So blunt weapons have damage spread. I understand what you're saying. So, like, you could hit someone in the hand and kill them. Like, if it takes 30 points of damage to kill someone and you hit them in the hand and that eats, like, 10 points of damage, then the forearm will get the next however many to destroy the forearm and then up and then up. So you can legitimately hit someone in a non-opportune place. So it comes down to what you're fighting. Against mechanoids, it's actually... Persona Zeus hammers are my top weapon because they propagate and have the EMP stun against the mechs. Because often what gets you is the mechs being able to do their thing, but if you can stun them, it's awesome. But let's say you have the option against a mech attack, and you don't have a Persona, you don't have a Zeus hammer, so you don't have a built-in EMP attack with it. I would probably go towards mono swords and sharp weapons fighting against mechs, because they often have enough damage on each limb that they can take a full hit from any given weapon. They can take a full hit from any given weapon on any part of their body. Whereas humans, a lot of their body parts are damaged, so it's kind of a waste if you hit them in the forearm with a sword, which is where you would want a weapon. Oh my god, one of the colonists is Bob Ross. Ah, that's awesome. Bob Ross. I believe Adam actually has his own pawn in the game. I don't know if you have to turn it on or anything. Hold on, actually. Options, gameplay, preferred name in game. said versus. Adam versus. These characters will be more likely to appear randomly during play. Let's see if we can get Adam into our game. Anybody else have a preferred name? That'll be fun. I don't know if you guys know you can do that, but I think that would be cool. I'm not sure who else is in the game that we would know. Any Chads? Let's check. Might as well have a little fun with this, right? Chad Westy, Stonejaw, William Chad Tidwell, Chad Chadwick. At some point, his name might have been Robert Ross. Hell yeah. I'll check that out later. So yeah, any Chads, the answer is yes. So there they are. If you want to screen cap it and look through and see if there's one you like, we can add it. I don't mind doing cute little things like that with a run. It's not going to change anything. I looked up humps to see if it was on there, because I'm not sure. How does that work? Can we see your? Ralph Humph Brock. If we get a Chad, we can turn them into a Giga Chad. Mortal Smurf does? Well, let's get Smurf in here too then. Sean Smurf Murphy, is that the one? All right, we can do rituals soon. You said pick a Chad. This is fun. Chad. I like Chad Stonejaw. Let's do that. This is all vanilla too. This is nothing modded. I don't know how that works. I think there's a way you can also add your own names to the game. So if you want to have a pawn in there, you can put your name in there. Not exactly sure how that works because I've never done it before, but all right, what do we get? We have Thrumbo Fur, Thrumbo Fur. So we've got 2 Thrumbo Fur shirts. We were gonna get Killer into one, even though he loves his human leather stuff. Let's get you into that first. Varv has a hyperweave, which is probably pretty fucking good. You have the button down, and we need to get you into a button down. Oh, Mr. Ben is smelting? Excellent. You pay the value of the base game to add a pawn with a name of your choice in it. It's pretty cool, but quite expensive. Oh, it's like 13 bucks and you can make a pawn. Oh, that's very cool. I didn't realize it was like, you know, pay to enter type of deal. I thought there was like a type your name into a chat thing, because I thought there was a way that you could just add random pawns, you know, on your end for your playthrough. But is it 13 bucks and now it's in the game code? Scroll up a smidge. On the map or on the Chads? How much Thrumbo Fur do we have? 77. How much was a parka? I think it's 80. I would have loved to have made Julie a Thrumbo Fur parka. Huh. Okay, so we can't make her a Thrumbo Fur parka. What do all the Chads have? I don't know. Is it a specific stats thing? If it is, then maybe we won't have specific pawns. Maybe it is though. I feel like I remember something about Adam saying that his pawn is always trigger happy or something like that, or always an optimist. How long on your hyperweave? 81%, so that's not bad. So we could do a formal vest for Mr. Ben. Corset. Let's do a corset for Photoshop. Let me make sure we've got enough. 45, yeah. Let's make... Oh. This is the dread leather one. So let's do this out of...
A wise choice.
Boop. Boop. What do we got? Backer pawns usually have always traits or background typically. Also, hello. Hey, Ferdy. Okay. You know what then? If that's the case, I'm gonna turn it off. I don't wanna feel like I'm cheesing my way into specific traits. I could have told it to make humps more likely to appear, but humps is always tough, so that's how we wound up with hump over here. But that was fully random. We didn't have any type of any of that stuff turned on or anything. 134. Okay. So here's the problem. If we put another chem fuel generator down, say here, like I said, I prefer to leave space, but we might just, you know, let it be. We do really need to kind of put a wall across here because it's already starting to interfere with the light over in this spot. So I think first and foremost, we're gonna move a couple of these things. Maybe we'll stick one there for now. And I think we might want to focus on getting a wall down here. How much space would it be to get two more in here? One would go there, one would go there, which means I'd like to have a wall there, but that kind of gets too close to the door, but might have to be something we do. Like Humps always has tough. He's a backer pawn and dromedary knight. Oh, cool, cool. So that's why Humps has a... Okay, I gotcha. I didn't know why Humps was always tough, but I knew Humps was always tough, which is why we wound up Like, I saw him come on map, and I was like, hell yeah. Oh, we're up to slightly impressive, too. That's good. That's very good. Okay, give me 1 second here. So, Mr. Ben... Okay, so we want Barb to Warden... Killer is set to Doctor. Yeah, because we need Killer to get doctoring experience. So that's fine. If we have major problems with medical stuff, we'll switch over to having Barb do it. So we're going to have to make adjustments. If we go, when we go back over to Rice, worst backer pawn is the Shaman of Shadows one, Umbra Dark something. Why are they the worst one? Do they have some terrible trait or something? And hello, Ghost. How you doing today? You know what would be cool about walling that in, though? That gives us supports, because this support's got to go when we switch over to Rice. Okay. Dark and Shadow, and also Shadow and Dark. Oh my god, guys. Clear all. Fungus. You guys are just going to starve yourself because nobody wants to put things in the hoppers. I see why it allows you so many hoppers on a nutrient-based meal, because you could set each one to a different thing. Like, this one's fungus, this one's thrombo meat, this one's human meat. Because if you set them all to just like this one takes generically any meat, then you get down to 4 human meat, and nobody will put anything else in there. And if you have this one set as, they happen to put like hair meat in there, and there's like, so you kind of need all of them to exist in order to make sure. I mean, not all of them, but I'd like to get at least 2 on eventually. But like I said, getting up another chem fuel generator is paramount to our success here. What do we got as far as building materials? Pretty much just steel, huh? I would really love to make a stonecutter's bench. It's just not a viable strategy at the moment. Where is Barb? Barb is hauling slag, which is absolutely perfect. We've cleaned out this area. Welcome back, Barb. Oh, you mean you're here. I was like, where is Barb? Yeah, you're here. Okay, I got you. Sorry. I got the joke. It just took a half second. Brain caught up. Yeah, I think we're going to continue to let Barb haul in this stuff. There's 5 more slag, 10 plasteel. I feel like there was more slag, but we might have already sorted that situation. Oh yeah, I forgot we have a gold meteor up here. Thank you. You're adorable too. Somebody already did. Blue beat you to it, Barb. That's why we were talking about it. Yep, I already did a squat. That's why we were talking about it, because I did it, and I was like, I'm sure I did that wrong, and then everybody was giving me tips on how to do it right, so that was the old situation there. Hydrate and squat. All right. Hydrate and squat. God, I got to tell you, I hate having this redemption, but I think it's going to be good for me, so I'll let you guys be responsible for my health instead of trusting myself, who doesn't do anything. There we go. There's the hydrate. And... that hurt. I feel like that one was better. Do it 4 times a day. Thank you for following, Quick. Much appreciated. Was it the squat that got you? I got another one. Oh, blue. Okay. Got another one. So let's try this again. So feet apart, hands in front. Go down. Come up. Right? God, that sucks. Thank you, guys. And welcome in, Quick Draw. How you doing today? I'm Nethercloud. I'm sure you've been lurking and stuff before you hit the follow button, but just in case anybody doesn't know, I stream noon to 6 Pacific Standard Time, Monday through Saturday. You guys can hear I'm out of breath just from 2 squats, huh? That's why I need to do them. Monday through Saturday. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is Rimworld. Tuesday, Thursday, Oxygen Not Included. I'm going to disallow that door as well. And, excuse me. And Saturdays are wild card day. It's weird and uncomfortable, but that's how it's done. Yeah. My legs hurt a lot more than I thought from doing that. I don't like doing it with my hands completely out. I hold them in a ball kind of close to my chest, almost like you're praying. So like this. Oh, that makes sense, because like you could also hold like a weight here, right? To get a weight at the center of your gravity. On how you prefer to balance. Yep. Yeah, I'm kind of a tall guy. I'm a bit, as they call it, duck-footed, I think is what it is. Let's get that in there. So because of how tall I am and the fact that I've had bad posture and been generally pretty fluffy. Instead of my feet being straight, they're out to the sides a little bit. When I try to straighten my feet, it feels like they're like folded completely in. It's just nuts. So, all right. We're on the 11th day of spring. Same, yeah. I think it's a pretty commonplace thing. So from what I understand, it's duck-footed when your feet are out, and it's club-footed when they tend to be in. I had a buddy who has told me how he was very duck-footed, no, very club-footed, and he had to have surgery where they like broke his bones and twisted his legs because he was like he would have like been like walking weird his whole life if he didn't have it fixed. Um, so that was a thing. I don't have that anymore, but I do have hypermobility on my knees. Yeah, I have hypermobility in my fingers. I can put them all the way back like this. Never thought that was weird. I was like stretching real hard one day and somebody's like, "Oh, don't do that." And I'm like, "I'm just stretching my fingers out." I'm like, "No, it's not like you can't do that. That's Okay. I think we go a little bit faster here. So I've got an idea on how I want to do the configuration for this. Damn, yeah, right? I've got an idea how I want to do the configuration for our, we're gonna have to... I'm gonna stick the limestone there. I really don't like having to make walls out of steel, but we're gonna need... I'm gonna try putting that there for now, because I'm hoping that'll block the light so that they can actually plant that tile. What we'll have to do is... Transport pod crash, no shit. What do we got? And is it a... Oh, it's from one of our enemies. Pyromaniac, psychically dull, great memory, 33 years old with these stats. How do you get to be 33 years old and not be capable of doing a goddamn thing? That is just... do you have any good gear on you at least? Normal cloth. Ugh. Julie, where are you? Here's what we're gonna do. Carry gem back to here. We'll strip them here and then let them freeze to death. Is the plan. Where is Killer? Mr. Ben, which one of you is in a better mood? I need all this stuff smelted. Mr. Ben it is. Mr. Ben, let's get all of this stuff smelted ASAP. I want to be able to turn that bench off. It's just sucking up our power supplies, but we need the steel. So I'm trying to like flick it on and off, but they keep going to sleep and doing other shit, so... Actually... I'll swap Killer out after this one because Mr. Ben could use a little bit of... Just let him do whatever he wants, basically. Oh, Barb is up, right? Let's take Mr. Ben off of construction. We want Barb on construction. We're going to take everybody off of handling except for Barb. Because now that she's just such a badass colonist, we can have her do things. Ooh, where's Killer? I just added a wire underground specifically for the smelter to connect to. Yeah, I just had to do that earlier because I wanted to move my stuff over here, so we had to add a couple extra wires. Everything else, I have the pawns use that switch. Okay, so I had him go up there. Missing ingredients. What do we have? We have spears, clubs. Okay, so spears and clubs can always get dealt with. Somebody else can haul stuff. Let's get this stuff smelted so we can get the smelter off. We're draining power too quick right here. In fact, I might have to turn it off. Shit. Yeah, we gotta turn this off as soon as you smelt. Fuck it, screw it. We'll turn it back on later. Our battery's drained and we don't have wind. Trying to get Killer a little bit more medical experience. Actually, nah, fuck that. Just let him die. We already got Barb her arm. That'll be fine. Oh, a wire to, like... Gotcha. I know what you're talking about now. I know exactly what you're talking about. And that can be power conduit, right? I'm going to go hidden because I'll forget it. Eventually we'll wind up with power everywhere, but I'm going to stick a hidden conduit down just so I can do that. Thank you for that, Blue. For anybody who doesn't understand what we're talking about, you can hit reconnect and the wire will jump to a different connection. So let's say right now this thing is connected to this wire over here. If they build a wire here and I hit reconnect, it's going to look for another grid to connect to, and it's going to connect to this wire, which is not connected to anything, and it'll instantly turn off. That way there's a switch for you. Thought you were in the live. No. I went to go use the restroom, but I'm back. Sorry if I might have misspoken at one point or something, but I'm here. We're live. We're doing things. I'll be live for another 3 hours approximately. So now, even though these things are on, they're connected to a piece of wire that's not connected. So I can just do that and immediately turn it on and off without having to have them flick the switch, which is a good thing. I vaguely remember you talking about not liking doing that method, though I forgot exactly why. I think it's because in a normal run, too bright. Okay. What was I going to say? In a normal run, I have wire everywhere, so it's just so much to deal with. But, alright, if we want to have another one of those, though, we can't have that. We kind of gotta... This is so much infrastructure to get one of these, though. You know what? I'm going to have them build it, but we're not going to turn it on right away. Barb is bringing back the chunks, so there's one more chunk and a little bit of plasteel. After she's done doing that, we'll have her come up here and start mining out the compacted plasteel. Probably have her mine out this little, like, tile of silver, too. Why not? Also, the sandstone, but we don't have a bench to chop that up just yet, so we'll have to see where all of this goes. I vaguely... Okay, I already read that. And yeah, I do like to play slow. I always apologize, but everybody's been teaching me to not apologize, so we are a very slow and steady style playthrough here. I think it really allows you to get in there, make sure you're not missing any of the important things. On an extreme challenge like this, if you play slowly, I feel like you're more likely to be able to catch all those little things. Like, we hit that 3 button for the fast forward, and there was a social fight I couldn't catch, and it almost just ripped one of the pawns apart. When we catch social fights when we're playing slowly, I can usually arrest the pawn before any real problems happen. I've had social fights, I've talked about this before, where I'm playing fast, and all of a sudden I get a death message, and I'm like, what happened? It's like, oh, so-and-so got in a social fight with this other person and decapitated them. I was telling this story last week. I wound up executing that pawn. It was a colony where we had, like, it was the Sanguiphage start 500% all endings run. I'm not even going to look at it. We don't have excess materials to build whatever you want us to build. I don't even want to look at it and feel bad about the fact that we can't afford to build it. So on that run, we wound up with a lot of god pawns by the end of it. Everybody had some bionics. There was a little bit of genetic splicing. Everybody had top tier weapons. Everybody had power armor because we had so many bionic legs and extra ways to boost speed and everything that it didn't matter that we had power armor. Just all in all, we were super powerful, and when that pawn was just causing problems. He had ripped off arms and smashed toes and done so many things that cost me time and effort to fix on all of my pawns that I was finally like, I hate this pawn, and they decapitated one of my favorite pawns that we raised from a kid in this colony, so it's time to end them. Now, if we were to copy this, that would be kind of as far right as we could either put it there or there. So we would have to put this here. And then we could do the corner wall there and there. And I don't think that will affect. A light shouldn't be able to get through. So we put a door, a wall. Well, I'm going to switch this already. We want the doors on the left side for reasons. So let's put this. God. We'll deal with it momentarily. Let's turn this off because we've got enough chem fuel chilling. Julie, would you do me a favor and refuel the chem fuel generator? Refueling chem fuel generators is one of the things I really like about having lifters. I use dogs to haul in the map a lot when I'm doing like a normal run because, you know, dogs are reasonably expendable. But once I get to the point where I can actually afford to run a bunch of lifters, I prefer to have the lifters stay in base and have the dogs go out. So the dogs will pull everything into like a low priority zone that they're zoned to. And then the lifters will grab that stuff and bring it to where they need to go. One, because the lifters aren't going to cause a bunch of dirt. I'm not sure if they cause any dirt, but if it is, it's substantially less than animals. And that being said, lifters can do things like operate. Lifters can refuel a chem generator. A dog can't. Lifters can also operate a crematorium. There's a couple of other things they can do as well. But basically, lifters are very powerful for keeping your base running. Let's say, like in that run, we did have a lot of chem fuel because we had a massive power infrastructure, like absolutely massive power infrastructure. We weren't even transhumanists. We just had all the stuff running all the time. Like, I think we had like 6 sun lamps going at one point, all underground, like lighting crops that were in gravel because we were tunnelers. And it was just an absolutely insane playthrough. But because of that, we needed to constantly have people refueling the chem fuel generators. And as far as the pawns go, it's not like a super high priority for them normally. So it's helpful to have lifters because they will go and refuel those things quite frequently without you having to worry too much about it. Oh, no. Don't deconstruct. Oh, you're deconstructing it because of that. Shit. All right, well, we got to do this quick, Barb. She had to deconstruct the conduit to be able to build the chem fuel generator. Okay. How's Humph doing? Almost to the road. Speed this up just a little bit. Slow it back down as she goes to complete this because I don't want this on. Because that light will absolutely annihilate more of these shrooms. And I don't want that to happen, but this just kind of works out to be the place for everything. I'd really love to build those walls out of something non-flammable, but we don't have a lot of options, so we just have to stay on top of in-base threats, so to speak. This guy is still alive? Oh, we tended him a little bit. But you have extreme hypothermia. There we go, frostbite damage. I was like, when is that guy going to die? Well, right now, actually. We could have Killer continue to tend him to try and get some more medical experience, but the reason we wanted medical experience was to do surgery on Barb, and we sorted out our surgery on Barb, so I'm going to ignore that for now, because it's not an essential part of our program. How much Thrumbo fur do we have left? Not a lot. How much does a formal vest cost? 45. We do not have 45, so... Hooray. We do have the Thrumbo fur corset, which I think we were going to give to Photoshop. Yes. And it looks like everything else is outdated. We kind of need Humph to get there, get back, and then get back out on the road. We just have too much stuff. He couldn't really carry much. I would absolutely love to see a bulk goods trader pop on this right now. That would be an optimal situation right there. 134 steel. So let's try and fix our lighting situation. That's going to be a lot, but is going to be necessary. We're going to do that, and that. And we're going to plan on having a third chem fuel here, and when we get more of them, we'll do something else. I want to make sure that we block that out, right? Because this has to be... Yeah, so that's going to end up going there. I'm going to put that down and forbid it. But that's going to give us some of the support we need for the interior here, so we can get rid of this. In fact, that might actually be enough support, but we'll have to double check, make sure we don't collapse the roof on anybody's head. I know that's a crazy thing to use our steel on, and like I said, I would really prefer not to use steel to do that, because steel will burn. But at the end of the day, we really got to get those things working. We'll let Barb do what she's doing. Is there more stuff to haul in down here? There is one more thing. So Barb, whatever you're doing, let's get the last slag chunk in. Once that slag chunk is in... Okay, we're actually going to switch over to rice. We went with mushrooms, okay, because we didn't have the power to have the sun lamp working. If we had the power... Yeah, exactly. If we had the power, we would have been on rice or corn or any number of other things. I think because of the way we're playing this, rice is probably going to be best, because even though corn is more calorie efficient... I don't even think... Can you grow corn in here? No, it'd be potato, rice, strawberry, and you can't... And since you can't grow corn in here, it's better to grow rice, because potatoes aren't sensitive to soil fertility by very much. Their soil sensitivity... their sensitivity to soil is 40%. So, let's say the soil doubled the speed. It wouldn't double the speed for potatoes. It would only increase the speed by 40%. Whereas rice is 100%. Is it? Yeah, 100% reactive to fertility. So you're going to want to grow something that can react to fertility in your hydroponics. And you can't grow corn in there, so your best bet for food is rice. If we can grow rice and get a full setup of 24 basins, we should be able to sustain a sizable colony. The math that I read online was more or less, to err on the side of caution, look for 2 basins per pawn with rice. So if we have a full 24 setup, we can theoretically feed 12 pawns. That being said, we want to make sure that we have a little extra to make into chem fuel, since that's the main way we're powering our base. And so I'd say probably 10 pawns and 2 or 3 chem fuel generators should put us in a position where we can run this on rice, keep everybody fed, have enough to put into chem fuel. The mushrooms are not quite as calorie efficient, but as far as power efficiency, it's a lot better. I just make big farm and don't think about that, LOL. Right? I mean, we don't have the option. I usually do the same thing, ABC. With the way I build my bases normally is we'll build a barracks at the center, and then we'll start making outer walls. And everything outside of the core base, but inside of the outer walls, is farms. Then when we expand the inner base outward, we also extend the outer walls outward, and we shift the crops. The crops ever increasingly go further out. It's just like you see in any type of like historical or fantasy kingdom. The center where the castle is, they're not growing food in the center where the king lives or the mayor lives in the town hall, and they're not growing it right outside that because that's all commerce, and then there's residential, so the farmland always gets pushed to the outer ring with storage in the center for when you get attacked or sieged or something like that. So that's the general gist of all of that. Okay, Barb is playing horseshoes. That's okay. Speaking of, how is our recreation needs? We need 5 recreation types. Social, relax, social interaction, dexterity. We need 1 more form of entertainment. Shit. $70. All right, we need to get a chess table up reasonably soon. We're getting to that point where they need some sort of other interaction besides horseshoes. As their needs go up, actually, Barb might not be the best person to check because she has higher expectations as the leader. So, 5. All right, so not an optimal situation. Yeah, we got to get 1 more form of recreation up before because they will get tired of recreation. So as their expectations go up, the variety is increased. Although, does it put reading on the list? Reading, dexterity, social, solitary, relaxation. I think solitary is meditation and stuff like that. We're not actually having them take Go Juice. Everybody's just got a Go Juice on them for the as like an oh shit button. So there is that. Barb is wandering for recreation. Oh, I queued those as uranium. That's why. I was like, why is she not building those walls? They're not the right material queued up. That's why. Missing. How are we missing 5 steel? Oh, because Photoshop is. Yep. Okay. Gotcha. Nutrient paste made of human meat. Don't make them sad. So we're balancing our buffs and debuffs. We had a metal horror event, and nutrient paste doesn't spread metal horror. So yes, we get a -4 on nutrient paste, but we have a +1 for having a skull spike. We have a +2 for blood feeder master. We have a +3 for uniform thoughts for being intensely bigoted, and we have a +5 for having all of our stuff be the same style, which is our religion style, because of intense bigotry. So we switched to intense bigotry and vampire leaders, and those mood buffs more than offset the nutrient paste debuff. Plus, our ideology is cannibals, so they don't care our people don't care about eating human meat, and actually, Killer gets a mood buff because he has the cannibal trait. Making your ideology not care about cannibalism won't give you a mood buff. You'd have to make it preferred or required. But if you make it preferred or required, it's a lot more work to make sure you always have it. You got to make sure to micromanage meals and blah, blah, blah. So I make it acceptable. And then Killer is always super happy. You'll see in here, he's got him and Julie are married, so he got lovin'. His opinion of his wife, he's an optimist. He's got +6 because he's wearing human leather clothing. He's happy that there's a blood feeder master. Happy that they're wearing a button down because we require a button down in our ideology. Their rival died, which was the guy that just frostbite out here. So all in all, Killer is generally really happy. They got insulted a little while ago, and tattered apparel. What are you wearing that's tattered, sir? Oh, the face mask. Yeah, let's get rid of that nonsense. If I can have face masks as a slightly little bit extra head protection, I'll do it. But if it's going to cause a debuff, then no. Okay, so we got our tile back by putting walls up here. Let's get that turned on. And yes, hi ABC. Insect jelly, human meat, fungus still have the same effects. Yeah. I'm just going to disallow those doors. It'll require them to go around the back, but it's fine. Alright. Having Barb unrestricted is causing problems because she wants to go on walks in random parts of the map. So, yeah, we've cleared anything I need her unrestricted for. So let's switch her back to Area 1, and let's make adjustments to Area 1. We're going to make Area 1 that. And for now, we're going to make it that. And that. We're going to go over here. We're going to mine that, and we're going to mine this. Okay, very cool. Fantastic. So now let's get some stuff smelted down. I miss our uranium meteorites. That uranium was such a freaking good thing. Our whole outer wall, I think, is uranium now. Yeah, so our whole outer wall is 750 durability, and it can't be set on fire. I probably shouldn't have made this... Well, we were going to make... That's going to be an outer wall eventually anyway. So, uranium is a very strong material. The reason we're doing it this way is because we want our outer walls to be strong, obviously, but we also want our outer walls to not be flammable. Alright, you're making high explosive. That's good. We'll make a little bit more chem fuel. I know it seems like a waste of resources to be putting effort into the mortars, but these mortars saved our ass on Friday, so we're going to make sure we've got like 10 mortar shells. We've got a few EMP ones that we put some effort into a while back, just so that we can... We need the mortars. We're at the stage in the game where mortars are extremely important, so... How many more do I have queued up? One more. So Killer will probably make the mortar first. I shouldn't have turned on the smelter, but we've got plenty of excess now that we've got a second chem fuel going. Might as well have it on, right? Alright, let's put a 2 on this. Mr. Ben is eating and should probably go towards smelting, cleaning dirt. Let's have you smelt first. Photoshop can be the one who focuses on cleaning. Alright. Our rituals are ready. I hate to have to wait for Hump to get back, but I feel like that's a necessary thing. Not just for the mood, but there's a way better chance at the ritual going well if we have all of our people here. I believe once we hit 10, it becomes like you don't need more people, but if you want them to have the benefit of the mood buff, you want them to be at the party. But at the moment we're sorry, I wanted to check something. I was like, is Julie like going super fast? Is she a jogger and I didn't even realize it? No. So yeah, guys, tomorrow we're going to be doing our Oxygen Not Included cozy playthrough. It's cozy because it's a casual playthrough, and with me in casual, I'm still like pretty intense with what I do in my casual playthroughs as far as builds and like goals and stuff like that. But it's a casual playthrough because it's not specific. I immediately slowed down. I was like, wait, noise, and that was a good noise. Hell yeah. Basically, for me, casual means we're not trying to put a time limit on end credits. We're not cranking sliders all the way up to like 1,000. Toxic fallout? It doesn't really matter. We can just schedule everybody inside. And for the sake of not having problems, we'll let them access the chem fuel. That's it. Yeah, toxic fallout's not a big deal here. They're already annoyed that they're spending time outside, so maybe this... I mean, it's not going to fix it, because being tunnelers, we're always going to be upset that we're not under heavy mountain, but... I am going to forbid the doors just so they don't try to do some sort of stupid pathing thing like, oh, I want to go from here to here, but I'm going to go out the door and around instead. Because sometimes they do nonsense like that, which a group of travelers are passing by. You came to a place that's freezing cold and raining toxic waste from the sky. Just like, hey, we're out for a nice stroll. Sounds proper. We have 200 steel. Now, I want to get a bit flagrant with it and hit up this this thing. I think we might go for that third chem fuel, though. Our grid excess is negative 52. Yeah. I'm going to forbid it for now because I want the batteries to go up. When we get a little bit of a wind kick on, we're going to charge the batteries because she has to deconstruct the the conduit underneath it in order to actually install it. So I don't want her to yank that conduit when our batteries are low and we're at a deficit for wind. Beef and Dennis. Beef is pregnant and has a bite scar on their torso. Dennis has no health conditions. They're like, yeah, let's just go for a walk in the toxic fallout. Out in the frozen tundra of the middle of goddamn nowhere. Perfect, right? Yeah, as far as events that affect us, toxic fallout is like really at the bottom of the list. So I'm going to press 2. I'm going to try and go a little faster here and there, but all in all, I'm going to try and stay away from the 3 button because I just get in trouble with it. Sometimes I'll press it. Maybe like right now we can press it a little bit because we're like everybody is locked in here and we're watching them. But if somebody starts a fight with somebody and a toe gets smashed, I'm going to be really annoyed. Because right now we're more or less chilling. It took us most of stream so far to clean up after the end of last stream. Last stream we had the mech cluster, or not the mech cluster, the psychic ship. Right after the psychic ship dropped, we got offered a quest to protect some ship crash people, which we took. I think one of the ship crash people downed, maybe not. Maybe none of them actually even got downed. But basically, we killed a whole bunch of Neanderthals because they came with all melee weapons. So we outranged them. We did a bunch of damage. The people that were there on the ship did some damage. At the end of the day, we were left with a bunch of corpses. And then we had to deal with the psychic ship in other ways. Why are you not eating? Oh, I know why. Sorry. I gotta fix the inside zone. Inside is not zoned over here yet. Go get you some food, Barb. I'm very sorry. This is what I mean. I put it on a 3 and didn't realize that. Now they're all starving. Including the Hemogen farms. Oh, yeah, you know what? I'm going to take steel. No, I'm going to leave it on here. That way the steel is inside and close to where we want to build stuff. I might remake it outside, but it is what it is. Mech cluster. Oh my god. Let's see what we got. Right in our backyard, too. Defoliator. And we've got centipedes. 2 low shields, no high shields. These unstable power cells would be absolutely delicious to get for our base. Now, unfortunately, we will have to deal with it at a certain point, but I say we ignore it for now. I think these have a 100 tile radius, just like the ships, but I'm not sure. So it will cause problems with our plants, like, eventually. We're not going to deal with this right away. We're going to let that be. Especially since we've got our rituals coming up and Humph is out on the road. So we'll get Humph home. We'll pop off our rituals, reconfigure ourselves a little bit. And if in the meantime we get an event that we can like wake this up with a mortar and pit this against like a raid or something, we'll do that. If not, then we'll have to deal with it one way or the other. as far as positioning goes, this isn't the worst positioning because we can use this wall a little bit. Where does the range? The range on this gets all the way to our door over here, but I don't think it has line of sight. So I just got a bunch of simple meals on a cargo drop. How do I know they're not infected by metal horrors? I mean, the short answer is you don't. They might be. I think it's less likely from a cargo pod drop, but I'm not sure if you can get metal horrors from a cargo pod drop. Maybe you can, maybe you can't. But I'd say the most dangerous place for it to be is in food coming in with a pawn. Because the storyteller basically backfills. When they decide they want to give you a metal horror event, they'll find a way to give it to you. Like, no matter what you do. So if it's not likely one of your pawns will have it, you could end up with like a creep join that has a metal horror. But if they don't have a way to like guarantee it, they'll basically, Cass and Randy always find a way to give you the metal horror event if they want to give it to you. Unless you manage to cheese it, there is a way to inoculate yourself from metal horrors to a certain extent. I learned this from watching Francis's video. Basically, let's say you know for sure people are infected and you're like, okay, Photoshop is 100% infected. No doubt in my mind that Photoshop is infected. We get Photoshop to infect, say, a prisoner. Then we send Photoshop on a caravan off map, do whatever we have to do to force the metal horror out, kill it, and then bring Photoshop back on map. They will have that same metal horror, but since you killed the metal horror on map, the game recognizes the event as over, but it also recognizes that it can't give you another one because technically you still have one. Now, if Photoshop then gets downed and is in danger for their life, that metal horror is going to come out and add to the madness. So you really got to, you know, weigh the back and forth of like, do I want to risk trying to inoculate our person, or do I want to all right, I'm going to let them build. Okay, that'll cut them from our main grid temporarily, but we've got enough battery power to last. What biome is this, good sir? It looks like a tundra. This is a sea ice biome. So we are all the way up here. It's the closest tile to non-sea ice as you can get, but sea ice. Sea ice is literally a frozen sheet of ice on the ocean. There's no geothermal. There will never be a good growing season. There are no resources, no trees, no stone, no mountains, no nothing. Everything you see here is something we've built from either meteors dropping or smelting steel. Damn, you got balls, man. I don't have it in me to go past tundra. Yeah, I've done a few playthroughs now, and sea ice was what got me into playing the game. I've told this story many times, and we'll tell it many more. I had a lot of friends be like, Nether, you would absolutely love Rimworld. Game is right up your alley. You'd love it. You'd love it. And I kept looking at it being like, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. And then one day I was clicking around, looking at different channels on YouTube, and I like Ambiguous Amphibian stuff, his storytelling and his like editing and the way he tells stories with his content. Always loved it, right? It's chunks of spacecraft. Excellent. We'll deal with that later. So I watched him do sea ice, and after watching him do it, I was like, I get it now. I get it. The story, the adrenaline of the combat, all of that. So sea ice was the whole reason that I decided to start playing Rimworld. It was the final straw on the camel's back that broke my will of saying, no, I don't want to do that. So this is my very first sea ice run. I started as most people do, lowest setting, dying a lot, not understanding how even the zoning rules worked, all that nonsense. Eventually I got a victory on a low skill setting. I think it was Adventure Colony was the first victory screen I got with core, no DLCs. And actually, like, by the time I finished that, I was like, I've built everything. I've had every weapon. I've done a lot of stuff. I think that's good. I played the game. I'm happy I played the game, but I really don't see what else I could do because I never expected to do challenge runs. I never thought of myself as that type of person. And then my buddy immediately bought me the DLCs. He's like, oh, well, you beat core? Here's the DLCs, and got me royalty and ideology. And then I just went down a deep rabbit hole of trying to figure out how ideology works, themed runs versus min-maxed runs, all that stuff. I did a whole playthrough. Technically it was on commitment mode, but I totally scum-saved and Alt-F4'd out when a few things happened. That's where I learned that I hate auto mortars at our ambition of the cosmic mod. I have not F. I am generally going to answer no to hearing about mods, unless those mods are things like rim HUD, color-coded mood bars, colored deep resources, anything that helps like quality of life-wise, I haven't messed with. Other than the modded storytellers that I've watched my favorite creators play against, like Winston Waves, the Void storyteller, which now we have the Void in the game, still not the storyteller though, Igor Invader, all that stuff. Like, most likely, if I do start my foray into doing modded stuff, it'll probably start with me grabbing a modded storyteller and playing everything else vanilla. Been there before and love mods. Yeah, Killer loves mods. So does Tom. Combat Extended is one that I really don't like to play without. Yeah, I've heard a lot of people really love that one. That's the one where you actually have to craft bullets and everything, right? I'm like, the thing is, so like I was saying, the story goes that I was very reluctant and resistant to playing Rimworld, and the same thing happened with me and Oxygen Not Included. In both of those games, I think Ani, I just crossed 1,500 hours. I think we're approaching 1,900 on Rimworld of my time played in game. And so I went from being like, not a chance I'll like that game, to being completely addicted to them. So when I say something like, I'm probably not going to play with mods, that could easily change because my mind changes a lot based on what I'm doing at any given time. Right now, I'm like, yeah, I'm not really a modded Rimworld player. Come back in a year, maybe I'll be playing with 800 mods. I doubt it, but I've learned not to trust my own instincts when stuff like that is concerned. Even like this weekend, I was talking earlier about how I spent all weekend playing Dyson Sphere Program. And somebody got me that game like 2 or 3 years ago. It was on my wish list. Loved the idea of playing with it. And I couldn't get over the fact that you have a little guy that moves around real slow and that inhibits your ability to do things. But I watched some of Francis's new playthrough of it because he's got a couple of episodes out on it, or one episode, I don't remember. And then I just binge watched 2 full seasons of I Am Kibitz doing his Dyson Sphere runs. And after that, I was like, all right, I'm going to force myself through the early game because I think once I get a few upgrades and flight, it'll be a lot more bearable. Spoiler alert, it was. And so now I'm just totally addicted to that as well. It's basically an endgame overhaul mod that extends your research to really dumb levels with new broken drugs, armor, materials, etc. Since the Rimworld endgame right now is just research some stuff and hold your mega base until mechs kill you or something. I've won, like, if I lose a run, it's in the beginning. We're not quite out of the woods on this one yet, but once I get to Mega Base, things don't kill me. If we get to 25 pawns and we have enough scanned resources, we won't... You can always die, but we won't die once I get to that point. I don't get dupes killed and Oxygen Not Included, generally speaking. I do lose pawns quite often. I've gotten to like 25, 35 pawns, thought I was like super safe, made a misplay, and lost 4 or 5 pawns all at once to death and kidnapping. But generally I can recover. I've been doing the no killbox, no traps things for... This is my 3rd no traps, no killbox playthrough. We've had a lot of close calls. Our wealth is kind of out of control for the size of our colony. Which is why we've got 3 centipedes on this one. Blaster, burner, gunner, of course. Blasters are actually the easiest to deal with. Burners you can outrange for the most part, I believe. But the problem is we have vampires, and burn damage just scatters your entire group, so not the easiest thing to deal with. I'd prefer not to have to mortar this cluster down. We can, in theory. The reason I'd prefer not to mortar it down is if we could deconstruct these 2 low shields and make 2 shield packs out of them, I'd be ecstatic. And unstable power cells, they are unstable and they will cause a large explosion. But if you can get the mech cluster down without destroying them, they produce 400 watts of power, 0 fuel, 0 interaction. You just wall these 2 bad boys in so that they're not at risk of destroying a bunch of shit, and bam, that's 800 watts of power we'll have forever with no requirements. So that's something I'd like to do. But as I said, we're going to try not to mess with this too much. We're going to try and let this be until we have to deal with it. A group of poor children are approaching looking for help. The children are begging for 35 beer. I mean, hey. So, it's always story time with Nethercloud during stream, but I grew up in a very rural, that's a very hard word for me to say, so I'm just going to say I grew up in a very redneck spot. Upstate New York, not New York City like Manhattan, New York. I'm talking upstate New York where you're in the middle of a freaking pine forest, right? And basically everybody in that place had the same vibe. Is like, my kids, my property, my rules. So a lot of my neighbors and like family friends and stuff, their kids drank. Like, I remember this kid Nick, Sam grew up in Livingston, Colorado. Hell yeah. Welcome in, Alex, first time chatter. Caravan arrived. I'm Nethercloud, noon to 6, Monday through Friday, or Monday through Saturday, Pacific Standard. I live on the other side of the country. Monday, Wednesday, Friday is Rimworld. Tuesday, Thursday is Ani. Saturday, currently we're doing Hollow Knight. It's our wild card day. We've got other games slated to come in there, like Satisfactory and a bunch of other stuff, so welcome on in. But yeah, so basically, when it came down to drinking, the entire neighborhood, being the redneck neighborhood that it was very much like, hey, my kids allow, like, a lot of people just allowed their kids to have beer, because most kids don't like beer anyway. So it was like, hey, if my kid wants to hang out by the keg and have a few beers at a neighborhood get together, not a big deal. That wasn't really my family. My family was more the, you're 18. I was allowed to drink at 18. Fuck these laws. And they would go and buy me alcohol if I wanted it. But okay. We are getting a doomsday rocket launcher, guys. Also, our offhands have been depleted, so let's get a shock and an insanity lance. That's fucking phenomenal right there. That's a good get in and of itself. That being said, we can also pick up a flak helmet, because somebody can put that on, and that's going to be way more fucking shit. Can we get the soothe pulsar as well? No. We've done a lot of work on our pawn's mood, so I think the soothe pulsar can stay for now. I'd like to pick up a little bit of medicine. We need food for the ride home. And unfortunately, they're still only stocking fine meals. We've got 3 packaged survival meals, 66 pemmican. Ride home is going to be more or less... It's going to be a little less than 5 days, but let's say it's going to be 5 days. I know that 10 meals would be 5 days. Those are the fine meals. I know they have pemmican and packaged survival meals, but let's just do that. If they come back with extra, we'll stick them on the shelf. It'll be a little bit of a mood bonus for some people. That puts us underweight with still about 400 and something. So the main reason I want to snag these shock lances and insanity lances, that mech cluster, I think our best bet for dealing with the centipedes is going to be to insanity lance them so that they shoot each other, and that should soften them up enough to make it not so hard to deal with, and we can have Julie kite and snipe with the bolt action to finish them off if need be. if we get in a real hairy situation, we have a couple of shock lances, we could shock lance the centipedes, deal with everything else, and kill them while they're downed. I'd prefer not to have to go through like an insanity lance and a shock lance to get the job done, but supremacist, human primacy, those are the two core ones if you're trying to min-max. After that, if you've got plenty of drugs, you could go high life for mood. Collectivist, I don't use collectivist because it's not an overall work bonus. It's just a work bonus when your leader does the like work drive thing, and your leader is better left to use the combat command, because the combat command is going to help in combat and stacks with the shooting specialist. So I wouldn't go collectivist. I would either go high life for mood. If you're on a map that has a lot of mining potential and you're like looking to get into a mountain, which I know you're not on your current playthrough, you could go tunneler. If you get an off-map sunblocker, you can either go tunneler or darkness to get the darkness meme. If you're going heavy into the anomaly stuff and you're not as worried about your research speed for your normal stuff, ritualist can be awesome. End game, I anticipate us being supremacist, human primacy, high life, and ritualist. That is my theoretical end game here. Now there are some things that could swap that around. If we're in here long enough and just get insane power structure, maybe we could even go transhumanist. It's a lot of work to get done, but we are planning on staying in this and massively over preparing for end game, because we're not going to be able to go like full on like anybody who can carry a gun come in, because we're limited on food. But I would say having the ritualist thing is great because it gives a huge boost to the quality, which means that when you summon in stuff to fuck with other threats, it's a lot more useful. What else? Yeah, that's my general logic. Again, I know you're not playing on any super hard difficulty. I think you said strive to survive. So yes, high life, set it to 1 beer a day. Your people will be happier than pigs and shit for the rest of the freaking playthrough. Provided you don't run out of beer, of course. Now, dumb question. No, I'm not going to do it. I was like, we should get the Prestige Cataphract helmet, but I think I like the situation we've got here. Now, the one thing we do want to do to see if we can bring back some building materials. That Doomsday is going to be very helpful against Shamblers and Tribals. I've been wanting to get a Doomsday on this playthrough for so fucking long. Now, I know this sounds insane, but we've got a lot of steel in the form of mechs on our map. How much uranium can we buy? I really like building our walls out of uranium. It's a good material. Enough for almost 4 walls. I'd be willing to do that. Come back with a little bit of money. We're going to send him right back out again after we deal with this fight anyway, so radioactive walls all day long. All right, we got him food, right? Just double check. Yep, okay. Let's call that gravy. Let's send you home. And let's get off of chat. Let's get off of just chatting status and actually play some goddamn video games now. Where is my... I'm going to open up my new lemonade over here, because I could use something other than water and coffee in my body. I know, it's insane, but... There we go. So when Humph gets back, we're going to run our ideology rituals. We could have run them already, but as I said, it's not a matter of trying to give him mood, because we've got our mood reasonably well sorted. It could always be better. Mood could always be better. Mood is what killed me on my first few challenging runs. When I did my first losing is fun runs, I had to fully min-max the genetics on biotech. I looked for good seeds, like started games, checked out the seed, wrote it down, made sure to give myself every possible advantage, and I still lost. I lost twice against Cass, kept reloading the same seed, so I got used to the map. And I think I lost 3 times against Randy. The things that always kill me is mood debuffs. Like, I think it was my first or second. I think I restarted twice because I accidentally chopped the anima tree twice. And then the third restart, a group of maddened guinea pigs were outside, and one of my people mood broke to go on a food binge and tried to go to the food, like the insect jelly or something that somebody had dropped on the other side of the map, opened the doors, let in the manhunting guinea pigs, murdered everybody. No, okay. The animatry is one of the most powerful things in the game, going back to the psi casting. So I started my people tribal, which means they all have natural meditation, so you can start all 5 of them meditating at the tree. Which means that you can get your first psi caster very early on. And if you can get a psi caster up to level 6 and get them some of like invisibility, berserk pulse, skip, those type of things, you quickly scale ahead of the storyteller as long as you maintain your wealth. But yeah, the mood debuff is terrible, but goes away eventually. But when you chop it down, it will randomly regrow, but not near any structures. So if I had to, like I said, I looked for the perfect seed, basically a mountain with a little cove with the tree in the cove. And so I would wall in the cove, start a starter base against the mountain as like, and then eventually turn that into an entryway and go into the mountain for the main base. The tribal start, and it's the most OP start. It is. That hit you take to research, given the number of people that you can actually get researching, if it's 1/5 the speed, but you have 5 people researching, you're at the same spot to begin with. You know what I mean? So you got to take that into account. But yeah, if you can get a good map with the anima tree kind of like in the middle with some like terrain to like use to minimize pathing for enemies, you can really min-max the hell out of that. I did 500% no traps, no kill boxes, crash landed start was 2 playthroughs ago. And that was, I still built next to the tree because inevitably you will wind up getting a natural meditation pawn. Like if you capture a tribal and recruit them, or if you get a join event from whatever, whether it's ideology or random, some backstories will force natural meditation. So by the end of that game, I wound up with a whole bunch of psi-casters. The only other way to get psi-casters, there's 2 ways. Get your hands on Silent Neuroformers, which are obscenely rare. If you just do, like, you're just doing Silent Neuroformers to level up, it'll take you like 100 in-game years to level up 1 or 2 pawns to level 6 with just finding Neuroformers. The other way that's reliable is getting honor with the Empire through quests or selling prisoners or any number of things like that. But when you level up with the Empire, your title makes that pawn require more and more stuff. You have to have fine-floored throne rooms, you have to have private bedrooms, all this stuff. So we're actually probably going to go the royalty route on this one. Once we hit raid cap and have scannable materials, we're just going to go nuts and just go make the base insanely big and nice and all of that. We're going to go royals. There is some cheese you can do with anomaly. If we can get death refusal, what you can do is you can put death refusal on your royalty pawn at level 6. You know, like you level them up, get them all the honor, get them to level 6, give them death refusal. Then you can set an heir to your title, right? And you do that by having your pawn that is the count or countess call the Empire and say, hey, I want to set so-and-so as my heir. You can pick a family member, or you could pick their best friend in the colony, or whatever, and you set an heir. They'll give you a quest to build like a little monument thing. You build it, and now if that pawn dies, the title gets transferred to their heir. So then, since they have death refusal, you put them in a medical bed, and you euthanize them. You kill them by cut. They die. Their title immediately gets transferred to the heir you've done. You trigger their death refusal so they stand up. Probably make sure they take off their clothes first, because even though the clothing will revert from tainted back to normal, it will take a massive durability hit from them dying. So you take off their clothes, euthanize them, title gets passed on. use the death refusal, get them back dressed. They have all of their Psilink levels because it was neuroformers, and neuroformers are a permanent implant in the brain. And then your next person, you rinse and repeat. And we're going to try and actually do that if we can get that far, so that we can make every single one of our colonists a level 6 Psycaster. And we will leave some people as royals, 1 or 2 people as royals, because you get these call down permits for a shuttle, orbital blasts, all sorts of stuff like that, which is extremely helpful. Where are we at in this freaking playthrough? We've got 101 steel. I'd love to just throw that into a hydroponics basin, but since we've got a stockpile of fungus and we've got tons of corpses we can chop up for food, 21 human corpses, a yak corpse, we've also already got a whole bunch of meat. I don't think I'm gonna spend the only steel we have, because at the moment that's realistically the only building material we have. So if something happens and a door gets smashed up, I want to make sure we have a good situation going. That being said, actually, I will spend a little bit to build a second door here. I know I destroyed that door originally, but being that we're going to have to be dealing with these mechs, I'd like to have a little bit extra. I prefer to have it with a space in the middle, but building and space constraints dictate that we're going to do it this way. I'm going to press 2. Not quite ready to hit the 3 button. We don't have anything left to smelt. Actually, let's go back to a 1. Now, we've already used up our thrombo fur for the most part. I think we have 32 left. Sheep wool, thrombo fur, mega sloth. So Julie is good down to 110, negative 110 Fahrenheit. Killer is good down to 89, but is also getting a mood buff for the human leather stuff he's wearing. Barb is good down to negative 204 because she's got thrombo fur, hyperweave, and synthread stuff. Mr. Ben over here is good down to 111 because some of it's thrombo fur, some of it's sheep wool. Photoshop is down to 159. Thrombo. 1 human leather thing in the pants. Okay. And Giggles is Giggles. Does anybody else need anything in particular? Not really, but we could up the durability. So I don't want to take Julie out of that Mega Sloth parka. We're going to have her wear that for a while. But we could do... like this human leather vest, excellent. We could replace that because it's 75. And then formal vest... then we could sell the vest the next time we send Humph out. These are the first centipedes of the run, by the way. So a little on the scary side for that, but being that they don't have a timer to wake up, I'm not overly worried about it. That defoliator is going to become a problem, but we've got time to do the things I want to do to prepare. Namely, get Humph back, do our rituals, see if we can snag a couple of other good pawns. We've got 1 or 2 weapons. Then we'll take care of the cluster. Then we'll send Humph back out with whatever wealth we have. Provided, you know... we obviously rolling with whatever the storyteller throws at us. Yeah. Tomorrow we're going to be doing Oxygen Not Included again, because you guys know Tuesday, Thursday is Oxygen Not Included. I love that game as well. With Ani, we just went over to our second planet. Now, you can go over to your second planet from the very beginning of the game if you want to. You know what? We don't need this spot for Pemmican in here. Let's just put Pemmican in here. But I'm one of those people, I like to make sure that our first planet is, like, fully tamed before I start walking out there into the great galaxy. So, we did go over last time, though, because we're at the point where all the projects on our home planet are, like, big and eventual and are just going to take time. So, we can queue up those projects while we focus on getting infrastructure built on our second planet. We'll eventually get a full team over to that planet, start strip mining it out, get ready to build a nuclear reactor, capture out all of the water sources, start making some farms, and all that good stuff. Start shipping materials home that need to go home. Get everything sorted. The funny thing is, I know I'm going to keep talking about Dyson Sphere program, but the funny thing is, Dyson, the goal of that game is the goal that I set for myself in Ani. I always want to conquer every planet in Ani. Like, acquire every planet, set up farms for whatever the planet is good for. If it's the Niobium planet, I want to set up a volcano tamer that works in our absence, and then like have 1 or 2 pawns over there keeping an eye on it, so that, or none, depending on how automated. And then we just go and pick up the Niobium from time to time. So if we can get interplanetary launchers, those are very useful to send things. So basically, and that's Dyson in a nutshell, is you got to take over a star cluster, which is basically a small section of a galaxy. It's not a whole galaxy, because you're supposed to be in the Milky Way. And so, like I said, forcing myself through that early game where you have a very slow-moving character was good, because now I'm totally addicted. And tonight, after I finish playing this, there's a couple of things I want to build and automate, but then I'm going to finally get to go and get on my second planet on Dyson, because the next tier of everything I have to do uses titanium, and we don't have any. Your starting planet never... Ooh, really? 10 of them. Do we kick the hornet's nest, guys? Hang on. I really want that insanity lance before this goes down. Your timing is terrible, people. Your timing is terrible. Man, if they can't... They're not going to hang for long because of... No. Because what's going to happen is we're going to kick the hornet's nest, and they're just going to leave because of bad weather before anything even... They're going to wind up making us deal with it. And there's only 10 of them, and there's low shield here. Their AI... Yeah, they're not going to get much work done. They'll come over here. Most of them are going to blast the low shield instead of focusing down and positioning, because that's what they do. The mechs will gun them down. Yeah, it'll be more food on our map, but right now we're doing okay on food. So I say we don't fuck with them. If they accidentally wake it up by walking right through the middle, I think Smurf said there's like 5x5 centered on each mech wake up. So if they walk right next to one of these mechs, they'll wake up, and we'll deal with it if we have to, but I don't think we trigger that. I think we let Humph get back and we make use of our insanity and shock lances. That's just realistically how it's going to go well. We got to hit that defoliator before it gets to our hydroponics, because it will defoliate hydroponics. But my thought process for this really is... So what I'm thinking, as far as how to deal with all of this, we smoke in front of this door, bring a pawn out that has an insanity lance, keep this area smoked, get close enough with the smoke to insanity lance the centipedes. One of them, and as soon as it runs out, do the other one, right? And kind of let them soften each other up a little bit. And while they're doing that, we can't really shoot at them, but that'll get them nicely softened up. After they're softened up by doing that, then we'll probably drop mortars on them until we kill the defoliator. That'll turn it into a normal raid, and we'll do our normal door juggling shenanigans, but hopefully by then we have at least 1 or 2 more pawns to hold guns, and Humph will be back, so we'll have a tough sanguiphage and a tough ghoul to deal with our melee blocking. Giggles has been very helpful. We weren't going to keep them, and then I think it was Aya or Sparta. Somebody said, why don't you make him into a ghoul? And I was like, that's perfect, because Tito Taller doesn't mean anything, but tough does translate. So the ghoul over here takes... Where's the incoming damage multiplier? 50% damage. It was you. Okay. It was a good call. It's a really good call. I didn't even think about it. It's like, you know what? We can barely support a ghoul right now, but I think that's probably worth doing. Okay. Give a little stretch. Oh, we got about an hour and a half left in stream. I can't believe it took us like 2 or 3 hours to clean things up. But when you're playing on a slow speed, that's just kind of what happens. The nature of the way I like to play is slow and steady. I always talk about the joke of the idea that losing is fun implies that winning is boring, and it's not incorrect. The thing about winning is one of the best techniques to get your first win is to slow down. When you move slowly, you can control things. I made the analogy last time, like in all those football movies, you always see people be like, "What are you doing? I told you to blah, blah, blah. We stop the clock. When we control the clock, we control the game." And as cheesy as that is what we're doing here. We're controlling the clock. Things happen on the time frame that we want them to happen on, no, not before. So that's why I play slow. Okay, so Killer can upgrade to a fresh one, which is good. Summer has begun. Excellent. Okay, going down the list of things we need to do. We just did the Thrumbo first stuff. I'd really love to start doing flak, but we need cloth. Time manipulation is powerful for a reason. Yes. Hyperweave pants, 70%. She's going to wear those until they're deteriorating. By then, we've got plenty of options to get that done. I really wish these guys bought anything except slaves and gold. I really do. $95% on the human leather pants. Cloth toque at 75. 61 synthread. How much does the tail cap cost? I know that's crazy talk, but I always forget everything here. 20. Let's make a Thrumbo fur tail cap. Because if somebody's wearing a tail cap already, we might as well have them switch to a Thrumbo fur. Now it's Killer, so he's getting the mood boost from the human leather, but with all the mood boosts we've stacked on Killer, not wearing all human leather, he'll be fine. He's already good down to -89. I'd like to get that down a little bit more. Ooh. Social fight between the royals. What are they fighting about? Irene insulted Ascosolo's brother's hairstyle. This drove Ascosolo into a rage, and she began to fight. Well, I mean, they murdered each other, which means that we get some free food. Sure, why not? All right, speeding things along a little bit here. I never set that to actually go, did I? I mean, a nice thing about this playthrough, there's several nice things, but this is our whole colony. We don't even have to worry about the rest of the map unless there's some sort of thing going on out there. So, I mean, the mech cluster is that thing, but just for a hot second, let's zone inside to have these tiles. Yeah, hey, where are you taking our friend's corpse? Well, you weren't using it, so welcome to the frozen north, where we don't waste things. All right, we're gonna try not to force the meat in there as much because we need the meat for the ghoul. So when we have fungus or rice in stock, we're going to focus on having that be the nutrient paste. They're very happy to eat fungus because we're tunnelers. When we switch out of tunneler and back to rice, we're going to have a brief period where some of this stuff isn't doing the thing. Speaking of which... it's like maybe we should start growing the rice now, but not yet. Killer's got a shoot frenzy, that's good. More or less, I'm just speeding this along because between the toxic fallout and the fact that one of our pawns is off map, we just kind of need to move time along here. We've done all of the cleanup and possible projects that we really could for expanding infrastructure from what we had on the map already. Main goal of today apparently is going to be to pop off our rituals when Humph gets back and deal with this mech cluster. If we deal with it in a timely fashion and we have the opportunity to clean up and smelt and all that good stuff, we will. But considering that I do like to go very slow in combat, take my time, make sure we don't take any heavy casualties, likely that's going to be what takes us through to the end of the game is dealing with this. But again, we plan Randy laughs, so can't be sure what's going to go on at all at this stage in the game because when you play with a random storyteller, the events are random. And that's the thing about random. So some people prefer to play against Cassandra, and I accidentally started on Cassandra during our last playthrough. We had done 3 attempts against Randy and lost them, and then I just kind of quickly went through the menu and didn't actually change it to Randy, so we wound up playing against Cass. And then I went to show... yeah, I'm paraphrasing a Bible quote. The quote is, "We plan, God laughs." So, you know, in Rimworld, Randy is more or less our fickle deity that we've got to that we're at the whims of. So I thought it was apropos. Lost track of thought, but that's fine. We're just running our mouths. Trade ship combat supplier. Who's got the best social who's here? I think it's going to be Barb. Yep, going to be Barb. Oh, he's random. So what that means... so challenges against Randy can be easy or hard depending on the RNG of the run. So if you do a run where you wind up with Sleepy Randy in the beginning... and you can put in all the infrastructure, get guns, blah, 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 before he wakes up and starts doing things, it could turn a really hard challenge into a very reasonable run to deal with. Whereas the opposite is true. You could have Randy's cooldown is only half a day. He hits you with a major event, and then half a day later, he can hit you with a major event, and then half a day later. But he could also send a trader, and then half a day later, send a drop pod, whatever, drop pod a person, then like half a day later you get drop podded in some medicine, then half a day later, like he could just send manhunter events at you, so you just lock your doors and hang out inside. Yeah, and Randy can simultaneously cause good and bad situations, and that's what's fun about him. Now, if you want consistent action, I think Cassandra really does a better job at consistent action, because you're going to get hit every 11 days guaranteed. You do wind up with a lot more human raids with Cassandra, and as such, combat suppliers will buy tail caps. I don't want to sell that. I want my person to wear it. There's really not much of anything here we can sell, and we don't have money because Humps is off map, so we'll grab a medicine. That's fine. Before it got patched, Randy gave one guy I was watching back-to-back volcanic winters. Oof. Oof. That is not a fun thing. Tribal raid got combat traders right after. They fought each other. Hell yeah. Pitting events against each other, I think, is... When you start playing Rimworld, you have no idea how any of the events work, right? It's like, oh shit, this is happening and this is happening, and it gets overwhelming. But then once you learn how the different events play out, what they aggro to, what they don't aggro to, how to manipulate them into fighting each other, that type of thing, there gets to be a certain point. Like when we were at the end of our anomaly playthrough before we triggered the ending, we almost never left base. We literally, like, we would mortar things, we would use rituals to call stuff in to kill stuff, we'd call allies to attack things. We would just cause chaos outside of our base by, like, doing stuff inside, and we stayed safe inside. When we had to, we'd pop out, shoot something, pop back in, bing, bang, boom, rinse, repeat, clean everything up. But we were usually, if we were in combat, it was usually cleanup. There was very rarely a situation where we were full on in the thick of it once we got past a certain point. When your first raid is 10 Neanderthals ready to smack your head, it's not because he hates you. No. Randy has, like... So there's two factors when it comes to raid. There's adaptation factor, and then there's Randy random factor. Randy can roll anywhere from a 0.45 to a 1.45 multiplier. So if he's going to send a raid of 10 people and he rolls his 0.45, it's going to be 5 people. Not exactly, but, you know, more or less that's a good way to think about it. And then adaptation factor, I didn't think that worked. I thought only Cass and Phoebe had adaptation factor, but I've been watching a lot of Adam's recent stuff. He's been talking Adam versus everything. I've learned a lot watching him and Francis John. That's how I know how to do this stuff. That and a little experience banging my head into a wall or two. So from what I understand, adaptation does exist with Randy now, which scales from, again, I think 0.45 all the way up to 1.45. So if you have a pawn who gets downed, like, let's say we get a joint event and I put that pawn outside and punch them or shoot them or let Frostbite knock them down, that downed pawn resets our adaptation factor. And basically adaptation factor is, hey, you've been doing good for a while, so the next raid is going to be a little heavier. And so if you've been doing good a while and you roll a high Randy roll, even if you're not at raid cap, you can get an obscenely fucking big raid just because of those factors. So that's where the randomness comes in my opinion. Now, adaptation factor is also a thing with Cass and Phoebe. And let's say you're playing 500% losing is fun against Cass. You can manipulate adaptation. Basically, I don't know all of the math. I'm sure Smurf would know the math, or like you could look it up online. But you could save these ideology rituals to manipulate adaptation. Like, okay, so adaptation goes up every X number of days, right? Well, like, okay, so if it's every 5 days you cap out if there's nothing wrong, then on day 5 you run a ritual. If you get a pawn you don't like, you let them get downed. Now it resets your adaptation factor, rinse and repeat. You can't do other things that way. Like, I like to run all the rituals as soon as we have them, because that's 6 opportunities to roll a new pawn when you have all of them set to 50%. Once we get 5 more speakers, it's going to be increasingly likely that we'll get another pawn. So on sea ice, it's very useful because even if you get garbage pawns, you can get meals. You know, that's meals and clothing that you can summon to the map. It's more or less the Uber Eats of the sea ice playthrough. Yeah. Random doesn't mean hard. Random doesn't mean you're going to get hit all the time constantly, because that wouldn't be random. If you're looking to get hit constantly and like never get a break from raids, obviously Cass has her own system, and I'll slow down because Hump's about to get to map anyway, and we want to make sure to micro his ingress so he doesn't go through the mechs. Cass has an 11-day cooldown, but she can hit you up to twice when she hits you. So Cass hits you, And then 11 days after she hits you, you're guaranteed another raid. But within the first 5 days, 4.5 days or whatever, of the hit, she has the opportunity to hit you again. But she has to wait, I think it's at least a full day. I think she has to wait at least a full day. So you get hit. If you get to 5 days and you haven't been hit again, that means she's already on cooldown, meaning from that first hit you count 11 days. And if she's on cooldown at day 5, that means you've got 6 days guaranteed you're not going to get a major event. So it makes Cass very you can manipulate Cass's game. So you get hit, you're like, okay, cool. Whether you get hit a second time or it passes the opportunity for her to do so, you now have 6 days. So you can take your entire colony and caravan them off map to do a raid or go and do like a group trade thing. So you have all of the hauling capacity you can. You can literally take your whole colony off map and nothing bad's going to happen. Barring like, if you have regular conduit and you get a Zist event off map, your whole base can burn. If you leave doors open and you get like some crazy manhunter event or something, that could cause problems, etc., etc. But if you button up the doors and don't have any like conduits so you can't get Zist events, you can pretty much just, whoop, we're going out 2 days and coming back 2 days, and we got a day or two to get our mood back up before we get hit again. Cass is a narcissist that hates everyone. Yeah. So the thing that a lot of people say is that Randy kills you by accident and Cassandra kills you on purpose because she's going to keep hitting you. As I mentioned, I accidentally set our last playthrough, and we switched it to Randy when I realized, because we went in to go look at some of the anomaly settings. I was like, wait, we're playing against Cass. And after I switched it, I was like, of course, that makes sense. Every time we repaired our base, there was another raid coming. And so in some regards, Cass can be harder than Randy, because if you never get a chance to, like, if you're barely recovered and she hits you, then you barely recover and she hits you. It can just be this non-stop back and forth grind where it's like, okay, she hits us. We lost a couple of legs. We spend a whole bunch of time making bionic legs, installing bionic legs, healing up all of our people, rebuilding our walls. Okay, we're ready to make progress. Shit, it's been 11 days. She hits you again. And if you get stuck in that cycle, it can be very bad. All right, let's pause. You came on up here. Let's bring Baitbot down. All right. Now, we gotta let Humph get his needs sorted, then do parties, then get this mech cluster sorted. We will get people equipped with the proper weaponry to do so. I'm not gonna lie, every time I gotta deal with a mech cluster, especially centipedes, I get nervous. I don't know what's more nerve-wracking, like, I feel like any of the endgame threats can be nerve-wracking. Like, if you get, like, a whole fuck ton of tribals, yeah, tribals don't have crazy weapons or anything, but they can overwhelm you quite realistically. Like, oh, we brought tainted clothing. It's gonna have to be here. We'll drop that outside at one point. The random charge blaster brain blowout, right? RNG, yes. Especially since we don't have good helmets on anybody here. Alright, we need to, want to move that hemogen thing. Yeah, he's not happy. Gotta make sure Humph doesn't break. What do we have that we can make him not break with? The random charge. Yeah, okay, I read that. Yeah. The thing is, the blasters, if you've got yourself a bolt action, a good sniper, or even a good masterwork with a pawn who can move, The blasters are the easiest of the centipedes because an assault rifle technically outranges them. So if your pawn is at max range, you can take a shot at a centipede, walk back 3 to 5 tiles, take a shot at a centipede, rinse and repeat, and kite them forever. The bolty has a longer distance, so as long as you've got a good shot that's hitting it, same thing with snipers, even longer. So you can kite the blasters pretty good. The minigun centipedes, though, miniguns and assault rifles have the same range. So if your assault rifle is the primary weapon, like it is with a lot of players, the assault rifle can lead to problems when you've got the blasters. The flame ones, I can't remember. What is the range on these things? The range on the flame is 27. The range on an assault rifle is 31. So technically you outrange the flame guys. First death. Oh no, I'm sorry, Barb. What happened? Tell us the story. Share your Rimworld experience with the group. Alright, that Doomsday can get quite dangerous. I'm not sure where I want to put it. For now, we'll leave it there. Julie's going to keep her backpack. Shock Lance. Let's give Barb an Insanity Lance. That's Insanity Lance. Mr. Ben's got a turret pack, so Photoshop. Photoshop's got that. Okay. That sounds good to me. My lovely miner was mining steel at the other side of the map when suddenly I get a raid message. I go to check and they're drop potting right on top of him. Oh, center drop on someone who's separated from the group. That's why I don't like... You guys have seen me this whole playthrough be like, I don't want to send people out to mine over here because if we get a raid that comes in, it's a problem. The only reason I've been going out to mine stuff is that Barb is a vampire. So that hemogen jump to get back is important. Usually I won't mine stuff on the other side of the map until I have a jump pack or a vampire or like some way of protecting them. I just need you to read for a little longer. I'm going to leave you on everything. Did you eat a fine meal by chance? Yes, okay, so that's helping keep their mood sorted. I'm going to let them do their thing, but we want to get them into the flak helmet and get somebody else into the simple. We want the best helmet on our melee blocker. Best. They're the most likely to get popped with something. We've got a shield belt on them, so that's helpful, but, you know. They're tough. They have a shield belt. They've got a thrombo horn to stab things with, so we'll keep them armored up as best we can. Plus, then we can give their simple helmet to Killer or one of the other pawns who's not wearing a helmet. Probably Killer or Photoshop. I think Photoshop because Killer is usually likely to be at the back of the line throwing EMPs. Or working a flamethrower, so we'll probably put the simple helmet from Humph onto Photoshop after we get Humph into the flak helmet. Basically, we just need to let their mood recover from being out on caravan. I don't have the time or the gear to stream. Just have the minigun. I truly sucks when they are accompanied by scythers and lancers. Yeah, lancers and pikemen are deceptively dangerous. They're squishy as hell, so if you can hide around a corner and melee lock them the second they come around, cool. But if you're trying to fight distance, lancers and pikemen will brain shot people pretty consistently. They are very accurate with their charge lance and everything, so not the best situation. All right, when you're finished reading, go and put on that helmet, because your mood is sorted out just enough. Ben, what is your main problem? Rebuffed by Barb 3 times. You hit on her 3 times. Like, hey, you want to go on a date? No. Hey, you want to go on a date? No. Hey, you want to go on a date? No! Like, at that point, it's your own goddamn fault you're in a bad mood, bro. Already late for you? I'm going to have Mr. Ben eat a fine meal as well. You are. As a vampire, you're genetically beautiful, so there is that. Where did that simple helmet go? There it is. Let's get Photoshop into that. And then Killer can get the new Thrumbo fur, even though he likes his human leather tail cap. No, it's not. It's just the chem fuel generators give light. So there's a lot, like, it's kind of like a heater. They give light in a small radius. All this hearing of Randy 500% and everything nice is making me want to play. Do it, Killer. Do it. Let the rim consume you. All right, a little drink of water here. Asiak, welcome in. Do it. Do the do. I have a Mountain Dew t-shirt, but I rarely drink Mountain Dew. I do occasionally. The liquor store next door has Voltage, which is my favorite type of Mountain Dew. I know, sacrilege. Everybody likes the red one, but I prefer the blue. Phenomenal cosmic power. Itty bitty living space. Okay, so... Alright, it's going to take a day or two to get Humph sorted. Now that they're back, though, we can put him on paste. Like I said, we just need to get Humph back on full sleep, full food, full recreation. Then we can pop off our parties, see what we get from them, whether it's people that we can use for food or someone we could use. Toxic Fallout is ending. That's absolutely perfect. Good timing there. And their mood is pretty much sorted. So let's get our ball and our speaker turned on. And let's just double check everybody's needs. Alright, we're good. Let's knock this out. Do a squat. Alright, Killer. We'll do a squat while they party. I added this because doctor says I need to lose weight and drink more water. So the hydrates and the squats are helping my health. I'm bad at it, so don't judge me. There we go. Okay. Thank you, Killer. That's why I have all this stuff up, because my doctor wants me to be healthier. And I want to be healthier because I don't want to go back to the hospital. That was definitely the one that felt the best so far. Alright, anybody need a meal real quick? Barb does. Okay, we'll let Barb get a meal. Also, 2 more streams and I've been here for a century. The dance parties are cool and very useful. Okay, Barb ate. Next party. Let's go. Slow it down right at the end. Wanderer joins. We're gonna deal with all of those at the end. We're gonna just run them back to back. That way we don't have to deal with one pawn at a time as far as deciding whether we want to keep them. We can compare and contrast if we want to keep a pawn or two. If we can get 1 or 2 more with really good shooting before this fight, I'd be pretty stoked. Clean the barracks first, because I think room impressiveness does affect it. Let people get a meal. Pop off the other 2. Kind of avoid them because they cost components. I'm loving the new place, but there are a few things that we don't like. Oh, okay. Like what, Killer? Yeah, the dance parties. So usually I start my playthroughs with Sky Lantern festivals, because Sky Lantern festivals don't require room impressiveness, and you can pretty much do them day one on most maps. The problem with Sea Ice is you literally can't do Sky Lantern festivals because of the temperature. It'll say non-ideal temperature, and you can't do them inside. So we started with dance parties. There are also social gatherings. Dance parties give the biggest mood and work buff of all of them, so that's usually why I go with them, but Sea Ice kind of necessitates that we even started with them. The dance parties before we got a light ball and speaker were absolutely terrible. Once you get late game enough to afford all 6 speakers, and you have like a really nice room to do the parties in, 1 out of 6 ain't bad. Victoria, what's your story? A quick sleeping psychopath who's good at cooking, crafting, and intellectual with a 3 in shooting. Health issues, old gunshot. Are you already friends with Barb, friends with Humph, doesn't like Giggles or Mr. Ben? Can't say no to that? I can say no to just about anything. We are definitely coming into the time period where having a gun is a good thing. I think we keep Victoria. What is your meditation? Natural meditation. It doesn't matter on this map. The second night, the power went out for no reason. Last bought a few things last month for this place, and it's too small. Oh, I'm sorry. All right, I think we keep Victoria. She's definitely a project pawn. We will have to make another bedroll, which is fine because we've got the materials for that. We're going to set her inside, allow this door. Let's go into her work schedule. For this particular fight, I think it's going to be helpful because at the very least it's someone else who can hold a gun. And a shock lance. Shock lance is even more important. Okay, so they're a better cook than Barb, so any cooking is going to get done by them. Nobody really needs to do anything other than crafting. Clean first, then you can do whatever else is on the list of things. Okay, that'll be their work schedule. Let's make sure they're on proper assignments. You go to paste. They should come in as our ideology. They are. Let's trigger them like that. First thing I want you to do is equip the SMG. Next up, let's have Barb build a human leather bedroll. Also, the property manager never told us about the washer and dryer for the clothes, and now we are giving the washer and dryer that we bought to her aunt. Oh, that sucks. I mean, it's good that you have a washer and dryer, but... Alright, so there's a spot for our new person to sleep. So, we're gonna keep Victoria. Not the best pawn in the world, but not the worst either. What gear are they coming in with? Tattered garbage. So we're gonna let them put stuff on. There's button down. Okay, at this point, allow all except dread leather. Okay, so parka, tail cap, button-down pants. And then... female, so we need a corset for her. We'll see what clothes she puts on and what resistance to cold she winds up with automatically. And then from there, we'll see if we have to wait. I think I want to do the ideology reform after we deal with the mech cluster. We could theoretically reform, knock out 6 more rituals and see if we get another person. But we don't have another good gun. We've got all of our good offhands equipped, so kind of feeling like it might be more baggage than anything else. Okay, you are good down to 0.2. That is absolutely atrocious. Temperature is 28 out, so that doesn't matter. If I don't make sense, the brain wants to take a nap, but we need to go shopping today. So the property manager... It cost us an arm and a leg to get it, but it's going to the aunt because she can't get into her washer and dryer. Yeah. Oh, that's... I mean, I'm glad you're able to do all the things. All right, they're recreating. Okay. Okay, here's what we're gonna do, guys. I'm gonna have to take a second restroom break at one point because I'm definitely feeling it. Might as well do it before we do the combat, just so that my brain is nice and rested and ready to go. So I put up the links to Bobby's music. If you like the music from the Be Right Back screen, go check them out. Show them some love from me and the community. And when we come back, we'll deal with this mech cluster. Like I said, I got an idea how I want to do it. We're just going to have to play it safe. So I'll see everybody in a second. Take care of your meat suit in the meantime, and I'll see you back here in a few moments. Okay, let's get back to the action. Yeah, Killer, of course we can cross our fingers, snap our fingers, cross them, knock on wood. Let's time travel to next week. I'm about it. Okay. Now, I said I had a plan. And do I have a plan is what it comes down to. Low shield, low shield. So we don't have to EMP to break the shield. We can just mortar it, which is fine. I think I want to insanity. Like I said, I think I want to insanity lance the mech, the centipedes right off the bat and see how much damage they do. If we get lucky, I know I said I want these unstable power cells, and I do, but it might be worth it to insanity lance one of these guys and then take shots at the unstable power cell to see if we can blow it up. Because I don't want to get greedy, right? I don't want to get greedy. So, that being said, who has the worst shooting skill? I think it's Victoria, right? Yeah, Psychopath Quick Sleeper. That's fantastic. I'd like them to have weapons, but at the same time... Alright. Let's go with that plan, I think. We're going to grab the smoke launcher with Victoria. We're going to leave the EMPs behind. Oh, wait. Giggles, please consume some meat real quick. Okay. Once Giggles is fed, good. Let's do this. I'm going to hold this door, and we're going to position Giggles right here. Then we're going to take the team over to here. Now, the reason we're taking the whole team, we're going to turn off fire at will. Where is fire at will? Okay, not hump. Fire at will is turned off. What's Julie's range? Julie's range is that. This thing is there. And the range on this turret kind of really sucks. Now, I'm bringing everybody over here. Actually, I'm actually going to bring Humph down here to this door. I want to make sure we have a door open, so if they do aggro, they don't aggro to the walls, because we can juggle them if we accidentally, you know, trigger this whole thing to go down right this second. So I think we get Victoria out here, we get Barb out here. Right? Now, how long is the range on the Insanity Lance? So we need to get into about where this door is. Okay, so actually, you know what? I'm actually going to put everybody else down over at this doorway situation. That way we've got two groups of people. The range on that is there. Where is the edge of this? Right there. So Victoria can stand what? Right there? Yeah. Now, how far can Victoria shoot? She can shoot over to here. How far is Barb's jump? Wonderful. Now, unfortunately, we don't have line of sight on the burner or the gunner. I'm always nervous about doing this type of stuff, so you guys ready for the action? We're going to Insanity Lance this guy. Did that not work? Well, that was a waste of an Insanity Lance. Does it not go through low shields? Eat a dick, Randy. Alright, never mind. Change of plans. Victoria. Yeah, but I figured if you hit him with an Insanity Lance... Whatever. Victoria's going to grab the EMP. It's fine. So that being said, let's let everybody get themselves a little bit more situated, get some food, whatever. That was a waste of an Insanity Lance. Gotta love it. Luckily, we've got a few more tricks up our sleeve. Oh, can't leave Victoria drafted. How far out is the defoliator? I mean, we've got food stockpiled, so it's tempting to wait. But I kind of want this thing off the map. Like, if it gets down to that point where we have to beat it for food, that could be problematic. Insulted by Mr. Ben. Yeah, that abrasive quality is driving me nuts right now. Abrasive is going to be on my list of no's for quite a while after this playthrough. Let's let Julie and Killer eat. Let's get you a fine meal, because you're going to be the one that has the hardest time dealing with things. How are the generators? 16, 19. Okay, that'll do. Yeah, we're going to go traditional with this, and we're going to do that. What we are going to do is... It's temperature outside 31. Okay, so Julie is definitely our best shooter, so she's going over there. Second best, I think, is... Photoshop is second best. That's why they're a shooting specialist. So we're going to have them man the steel mortars. Victoria, that means you get a new coat. Right, hold on a second. I'm going to change everybody to walls. Make sure the zone is set correctly. Zone is set correctly. Otherwise, they're going to need to be drafted to do things. Operating turret. Victoria is eating a fine meal and putting on new clothes, so we'll let that happen. High explosive, high explosive. We'll try and fire them together for maximum effect. Come over here. Let them butcher if they want. We're gonna go. We need more meat for the ghoul when that's all over. You're in your jacket. 15 seconds left on that to fire. Sloppy, sloppy. Direct hit on the defoliator. Wakes them all up. What do we get added to the mix? A couple of pikemen and a scyther. Could have been way, way worse. So we'll let that be. Now our ghoul. We're going to go stand our ghoul in the doorway. Again, normally we want things to aggro to our walls in a no-killbox style, but given that we don't have a lot of walls and we don't have a massive external border, better to have them aggro to the ghoul and then kind of juggle them back and forth with door play like we've been doing through this playthrough. There is no optimal situation in this, but we're going to try and give ourselves the best advantage and not have our kitty cat ruin the whole fight. Buddy, come here. What do you have at the moment for this run to keep the pawns warm? We put our chem fuel generators in our base. We have like 5 heaters and everybody's got a badass parka on. Most people are almost fully decked out in thrumbo gear at this point. Victoria needs a little upgrade. We gave her a, what do you call it? Human leather parka. Clothes-wise? Thrumbo fur parkas, button-down shirts, and pants. Okay, so... Tachyon, please. Please, buddy. I love you, but we're in the middle of something important. Can we please not do this right now? You gonna chill there? You gonna chill on the speaker and not destroy it? Good boy. Okay. These are ready to fire. We're going to set... You know what? We're going to set the center of base as the target. No, we gotta knock this thing out. Sometimes I like to just center on the base so we do some damage to soften them up, but we're not... Well, we've got plenty of organics for chem fuel, and they represent steel. You know what? I changed my... How many more do we have? 7 more? You know what? Yeah. Let's aim right there. We go like that. Let them fire. Hang on. What was that?
I heard no Killbox. Bro truly is playing man mode quick DR2 champ.
Thank you so much, Quick Draw. I appreciate the donation, the biddies, all of it. I always say monetary support is always appreciated but never required, so I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I used to play with like the Singularity and all sorts of like you know, overpowered Killbox type stuff and everything, but at this point, I'm starting to just really enjoy the no Killbox life. So we're also not playing with any traps. So no traps, no Killboxes, no mods. Those are the three biggies right there. No traps, no Killboxes, no mods. This is all vanilla, so... What I'd like to do is put Barb into position over here. Because it's likely that we're going to use her to Insanity Lance right away. We are most likely going to end up needing to Shock Lance the Centipedes. I don't see any real way around it. You know, we bought the... Nether's not playing Rimworld. This is just his preferred masochism method. Yeah. I mean... I have a lot of preferred masochism methods, but, you know, this is definitely up there. I'm going to hold this double door. Same thing up here. Let's put Humph up here. Okay, so they're attacking, but they should leash. You'll notice how they're all going for giggles, though. Poor Barb always winds up in these, like, dodgy situations. Let's get you over here to continue to make the door juggle function. We'll get Ben over here. I want Victoria up here. Killer can hang out with Humph. And Photoshop can back up Giggles. 2 at each corner type of thing. Now, we'll get back on mortars if we need to, but it looks like they're coming right for us type of status. Let's put Humph in this doorway. Bring Giggles back in. I want to bring Mr. Ben over here, because he's the best at repairing. Blaster. Mr. Ben's on their way over. Actually, Photoshop, let's get you down over here. Oh, it did not trigger. It did not fire all the way. That sucks. Okay. We really need that to trigger. I don't want to put her in the doorway, though. This is going to take time. Patience is a virtue in this. Tachyon, buddy. Come here, bud. You make a better window, a better door than a window. Testing your skill on sea ice? Hell yeah. It's a good test of skill. We lost... Did we lose 1 or 2? I think we lost the first attempt with Killer as the pawn. Now, I think some of them are starting to leash back to the major threat because it's not down yet, which is cool. But if we could get an Insanity Lance / Shock Lance off on one of these centipedes, we'd be in a much more optimal situation here. They're rotating around. It's going to be hard because there's a lot of them. That's the problem right now. So, we really need... Wow, that went off hard. Not good. Not good. I did not expect that to happen like that, so... Oh, shit. Let's get Giggles up here right away. Now, we got a grenade off, so we should be okay. Stun, door locked. Barb always taking the hits. Let's get you to coagulate, Barb. Need you to hold that door. Where's Giggles? Let's bring Giggles up here. Fuck. There are a lot of these assholes. A lot of these assholes. Alright, we might risk the mushrooms, but we need to hold some doors, so to speak. We gotta have a door open when Killer goes in, which is in like 2 freaking seconds, so... We're gonna hold that door and move Killer back a tile. That'll buy us a little bit of time. We're not gonna hold this door though. That door is gonna be the one that closes. Humph is going to coagulate Barb. Social fight, huh? Worst time for a social fight fucking ever. Fuck, dude. Can you guys stop sucking for a second? We will let the Scyther into the base. Door is closed. That's problematic. They're going to aggro to walls. Not good. So we put Killer in that doorway. I thought for sure they'd be aggroed back, or they'd leash back. It looks like they might be leashing back, but I'm not 100% sure. I did not think we'd be dealing with a full assault right now. Giggles is already a little beat up. You two. I can't fucking believe you two. Slow positioning here. Vroom vroom out there in the world, huh? Pikeman's about to round the corner, so we're going to tell Photoshop Expert to go here to continue the aggro on our colony. I'm going to have Victoria throw here. Probably won't actually get us what we need, but... I need to hit this guy with an Insanity Lance. Shit. In. 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 Missed the opportunity on the Insanity Lance over there. In. No. This is going to go badly. The ground. Target the ground. They're going to break that door. Maybe not. Alright. Had to start a social fight in the middle of things, didn't you? Figuring out my options here. Don't fire at will. Photoshop's about to be in a bad place, so let's move Mr. Ben there. Let's get you in place. That re-aggroes them on Mr. Ben, which is not good. Giggles, open that door. Where is Barb? This is why we need more wall space. We got to pull you in, which is not good, but we are going to open this door for a hot second, so now what we're gonna do, momentarily hold that door. That should be closing. Now Barb is gonna do us a solid here. Barb is going to jump out here. No, don't shoot. That's the blaster. This is the burner. Jump, Barb, jump. Barb is dead. No, 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 not dead, just downed. Barb is not dead. She's just in oh shit, there's a centipede at the door. This is not gonna go well, guys. And there's medicine blocking that, so this is where we have to make our stand. This is where we got to make our stand, because Barb is blocking the door and the medicine is blocking the other door. Not good. Not good. Let's get Photoshop up here. Really? You hit the wall? Barb is trying to crawl to safety. We did get the insanity lance off, so they're doing some damage to each other. Breaking Hump's shield is not what we want to do. This is a little bad. Not gonna lie. Start chucking EMP grenades at the door. At least they will be stunned. Yeah, what's what we're doing right now. I'm waiting on... I want the timing to be okay, because... God. I think I have a delay between chat and video from a shoddy phone. Yeah, no stress at all. Not trying to be a pain in the ass, just nervous, just very, very nervous. I'm not sure if it's better to try and make the stand here, or if it's better to just try to snag that medicine. Can I pick up that medicine? Hang on. Let me try something real quick. Okay, so that door... Oh, he didn't get the medicine. Oh, that steel door is gonna burn. That burner is just about dead from that insanity lance, though. And that lancer's hitting his friend in the back of the head. Mental state is berserk. That's why we want walls that don't catch on fire. We're pretty much stuck dealing with them at this spot. That door, this is why you want a space between your doors, because this can happen if someone gets downed in one of the first doors. If we had the second door here instead of here, we would have a closed door right now. There are other problems with it, but now that burner is going to be dead, which is very helpful considering we have vampires. Poor Barb just always gets beat to shit. Nothing got ripped off, and she's a deathless vampire, so if we survive, she should survive. We've got a low shield, so if we have to make use of that, we will. Only problem with that is that if Victoria throws badly and breaks the low shield, that will totally fuck us. Barb is up. Tachyon, this is not the time, sir. This is not the time. I know material is a big issue here, but I've seen other people do sandbag outside each door. Would that be helpful in the future? Yes and no. I'll explain after we get through this fight, if we get through this fight. If we can get this centipede down, the rest of them... can we sneaky shenanigans a little bit with one of our vampires? What do you got? Shock lance. Gear. Give me a real hot second here. Shock lance the Scorcher, because the Scorcher is problematic. I want you to coagulate Barb. I want Barb to grab the Psychic Shock Lance. Giggles is almost dead. Let's pull back Giggles and get a tough pawn right up here. Holy shit. That needle gun is problematic. Who had the shock lance? Got off a volley, not good. Ah, fuck me. Can we not hit anything? What a absolute waste of a low shield. "12 seconds. Can we please kill the centipede? Yeah, good stuns for sure. I want to shock lance. I want to shock lance that other centipede, but I don't want to get caught. Can I get an angle on him? Alright, shield is gone. Prefer not to lose Giggles, but if anybody has to die, Giggles would be... How's this Scyther looking on health? Okay. Alright, I need you to actually hold fire on the grenades for just a hot second, because they can't get in far enough for us to hit them. Okay, quick little triage. Alright, so the Scorcher we shocked is dead. I just told the melee pawns to attack the centipede. Just have the whole crew go and do that. Health-wise, you're not horrible. Barb got beat to shit but didn't lose anything. Photoshop has a bruise. Julie lost a kidney. You might be able to fix that. Killer is doing okay. Saved the run? Yeah. Oh. Oh. Hi, kitty. Okay. Everybody go punch the centipede to death. Barb. Let's get everybody out here. Now the whole lot of you. Let's get Barb her weapon back real quick and get that door closed, and then we'll call it for the day. Wait. No, Mr. Ben, no. Went in range of the turret. I'm an idiot. Schedule walls. Yeah, just flee into the base, please. There we go. A little bit of damage here, but overall not the worst it could have gone. Consuming nutrient paste, consuming nutrient paste. Let's let everybody eat. Hydrate. I can do that, Doppel. Thank you. Let's let everybody get a meal real quick. Barb has her gun back. Then I need these things out of the doorway. Don't hold that doorway. Don't hold that doorway. I want to put this doorway out, but honestly, we're just going to rebuild it. The uranium won't burn, so we're solid there. Now, who needs work? Tending to Victoria. Actually, so with this, let's Let's knock out some good medicine. This is why we have good medicine, right? Those uranium walls coming in freaking clutch. Alright, we're not out of the woods yet. I mean, we still have to clean up the cluster, but we have a smoke launcher. Let's get Victoria back into another weapon. Oh, wait, shit. Were you healed? Bruise. Okay, so none of that should scar because it's bruises. Photoshop bruise. Barb got tore up, but she's a vampire. She'll heal. Humph didn't even get any scratches. Just did some bruises and some cracks. Actually, so Humph, let's put you on herbal or less. Mr. Ben took no damage, so herbal or less. Barb is fine, but Photoshop, you are tending to Photoshop. You know what? A bruise does not necessitate regular medicine. Body, old guys, Killer didn't even take any hits, so he doesn't need medicine. Where does that leave us with people? Julie and Victoria. Victoria, she got tended with good medicine, but she got tended nothing else. Tending her with better medicine isn't going to do any great. Now, Julie, on the other hand, definitely needs special attention. Where is Julie? But Julie on a #1 bed rest. So she should go in bed rest. Yeah, the bite from the social fight. Alright, she's already been tended. Alright, let's fix our doors so that future Nether doesn't have to deal with that as a bullshit situation. Killer, you're doing great. So let's have you, like, just kind of round the base, closing doors. Who moves fast? See if I can do some damage control on this fire. Probably going to burn the door, but if we don't have to repair the door, that's better than having to repair the door. Okay, our people took a beating and we had to use some of our weapons, but we got them dead. How far is the defoliator? We've got enough time to kind of sort ourselves out a little bit before we have to go and deal with these turrets. So we'll probably just do that next time. Let me make sure that we've properly set up future Nether. Everybody's set to walls. Ghoul is set to ghoul. We're going to go over here. Going to add a couple of more butchering commands so that our ghoul doesn't go hungry without me noticing on Wednesday. Killer is in the doorway. Let's not have him just mood break because of that. Everybody's bed rest can be on a 4. I mean, we may end up in a situation where we need to make another person a vampire, depending on how badly scarred people wind up after that fight, but More or less, that went reasonably well. I thought for sure they would leash back. Usually, if there's a major threat, they will go back to the major threat. Maybe it's because we kept the doors open or whatever the case may be. Did I do the hydrate, Doppel? If not, I'll drink a little more. Oh. Okay. Is there anything else? Well, better double than nothing, right? All right, let's get everybody basically just on herbal medicine, just so we get healed up a little bit faster than usual. We'll go back to disallowing this door and disallowing this door, so we don't have too many problems with the fridge losing chill. It's still below freezing in here. 20 corpses, a yak. Now we've got centipedes to knock down. So today, we built 2 extra chem fuel generators, built these walls to keep the light from getting to the shrooms, did 6 rituals, got a new pawn, fought a mech cluster, did a badass trade, which got us the tools to fight. You guys see why I wanted to have those lances before we started the fight, right? I'm glad one died, for the run hasn't ended. I'm guessing you meant no one died. Yeah, I'm glad no one died either. When Barb went down there, I thought she was dead because I saw the X on her, and it was whatever item was under her had an X on her from her dropping it. So I was like, oh no, Barb's dead. No, she's not. I honestly, whatever we do, as far as an ending goes, Barb gets it. Like, yeah, everybody did their part. Everybody took a beating. Julie lost a kidney. Barb, like, full on, went from, like, one of the worst colonists. Yes, it is too bad Tom didn't make it. He will be remembered. So, yeah, basically, like, the number of times Barb has saved our asses is just insane. She has just been, like you said, the goat of the run. So, okay. Seems to be a trend that we're leaving on a let's come back and clean up situation, but I don't mind that. So, let's save and quit to menu so I don't accidentally press play. Let's look for somebody to raid out to so we can share the Rimworld love. And then we'll be back tomorrow, noon to 6 Pacific Standard Time, streaming Oxygen not included. More Rimworld on Wednesday and Friday. Warren is playing Darkest Dungeon instead of Rimworld. I've never seen him play anything other than Rimworld, but I do want to bring you guys to someone who plays Rimworld. Oh, you know what? I have wanted to raid Drew Gulliver forever. Says she's playing Minecraft. Looks like she's actually making music and chatting. Has nothing to do with Rimworld, but we have the opportunity to raid over, and I've been a fan of hers for a long time. So let's raid over and say hi. She's quirky and weird and does, like, comedy music and is just a fun person. Been a fan of hers for a while, so let's go over and bug her. If you guys don't wind up staying, no stress on my end, but wanted to just, spread the love around. So thank you all for being absolutely amazing. If you see me in Discord, feel free to come and say hi. You have an amazing evening. Take care of yourselves and be well.
Do you guys like my shirt? Thank you, Possum.